During the National Debt Conference that we convened, the report was validated, and then today we just witnessed the official presentation of the report as a way of launching it. So that will be the first item for today. And then after that, we will have a panel of discussion, which is going to be children-led, where they will be discussing issues of the debt and how it is impacting on public investment in children. So we'll have that panel of discussion, which is going to be done by children themselves. Then after that, the third item on the agenda will be a panel of discussion on the issues of elections, specifically looking at how best can we make elections public debt as an election agenda. I know in a number of countries this year they will be going for elections, including Malawi, which is coming in September. So how best can we profile issues of public finance management, issues of public debt management to become the center of elections debate? So we'll engage into that panel of discussion in the day. And then hoping that will usher us into lunch. Then after lunch is when we are going to have the verdict. The judgment is going to be laid. And then immediately after that, we'll have a press conference, which will highlight key takeaway issues from this discussion and a strong message that we are sending out there in as far as the issues that we've been discussing is concerned. So that's how the day is going to be like. So before we get into the first item on the agenda, I would like to call Rorin to the front just to explain a process of doing evaluation. Would want to get your feedback in as far as how this tribunal is going on and what are your feelings in terms of how it is being conducted, so that probably next time we are hosting it, I understand the next one will be in Philippines. We should improve and see how best we can also add some comments and value that you are putting across as suggestions and ideas to the process. So I will invite Rorin to explain how we can do the evaluation, both online, those that can afford online, and those that cannot, will distribute evaluation forms. Rorin.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for honoring our event by your presence. So, if you noticed, I was distributing small copies that have a QR code on them. So what you need to do is to scan the code. After you scan the code, you open the link that is shown from the code. Then that link will lead you to an evaluation form that will very much appreciate if you answer to the evaluation form. And to those who fail to scan the code, we will be distributing the hard copies, but then we most preferably would like you to answer the one online. Thank you very much. And if you're having challenges, you can just alert us so that we can help. Thank you, and we really value your feedback.
Yes, so thank you so much, Lorraine. I hope we'll be doing that as we proceed with the program. So we'll get into the first item on the agenda, but before I invite Mary to lead us through that, if there are others that yesterday might have forgotten the headphones like this, probably you might have unplugged from this device and connected it to your laptop and probably forgot to leave it when we are going. Please remember to leave it today, because we are missing 3 of these headphones. So please, if you by any chance or accidentally unplugged it on this one and plugged it on your laptop, please remember to leave it behind. Thank you.
Okay, my apologies. Okay, for those who have Android phones, on the drop-down menu, like the ones with the light, the data, and everything, if you scroll down, there is an option where you find where to scan the code. And for iPhone users, you just choose your camera. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Those that might have challenges with that, you can reach out to Lorraine to help with that. At this time around, let me invite Mary to take us through the Malawi country report, just some highlights, and also officially launch it. Over to you, Mary.
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here before you once more, but in a different capacity. As Mike has alluded to, I'm just going to be briefly introducing the Malawi study that was conducted over the last 2 years, and I will be giving a highlight of the key findings and next steps. I will subsequently be followed by Afshin, who will come in and give an overview of a synthesis report. I'll just explain that briefly, and then we shall be done with our bit. So by way of background, for the last 2 years, International Lawyers Project, which is where I work, a UK non-governmental organization that does work predominantly in the global south, worked together with Aphrodad on the production of a 4-country case study on the contraction and management of public debt. So we've been doing the work, like I said, for the last 2 years. The countries that we covered were Ethiopia, Malawi, Ghana, and Chad. Last year, almost exactly a year ago, we had the first draft of the study presented, and we had a panel session just going through the fine-tooth comb every single bit of the report, of our findings, getting on the ground information to enrich the study, because the pro bono lawyers who are conducting the study were based largely in the UK, and it was necessary to have an understanding of the different nuances when it comes to, like I said, contraction and management of public debt. So we are here today, a year later, finally launching the study, and I am going to speak to the Malawi study because here we're in Malawi, and this is our area, our country of interest. And so, with that being said, what the study does was basically to look at the existing legal and regulatory framework for both the contraction, so when you're taking on the debt, and management, so subsequent to taking on the debt, contraction and management of sovereign debt by Malawi, looking at both legislation and institutions, and how those institutions interact with each other. The aim was ultimately to identify areas for potential reform in policy and practices. It also aimed to identify gaps in legislation, to identify discrepancies between policy goals and practice, and between policy goals and practice in public debt management and contraction. So, why is such a study necessary, particularly for a country like Malawi? This is necessary because Malawi is in debt distress. And we've had conversations all of yesterday about what unsustainable debt does to an economy. It reduces the funds that are available for the provision of public services. It reduces the funds available for development and infrastructure growth. And we continue the cycle of poverty, right? And as a result, it is crucial to therefore go down and really understand locally. Remember what I said yesterday? The monkey has to see its behind, isn't it? So we must go to the very bottom and look at what our regulations and our institutions locally are doing for us. Where are we being let down? What are the blind spots that we need to illuminate? Okay. So that being said, just as a brief overview, just to summarize what the report talked about, the legal framework is governed by the Constitution and the Public Finance Management Act, as well as the Reserve Bank of Malawi Act. We discussed in that report the role of the Minister of Finance. We discussed in that report the role of Parliament as well. And ultimately, we then came up with a set of challenges and gaps that I'll just briefly highlight. So among them, and as Afshin will also speak to, is you find that these issues are not unique to Malawi. These are issues that different African countries are facing and need to address. So, a couple of challenges, just briefly to summarize. The first is the lack of a debt ceiling. Okay? So, that means that government is not restricted as to how much debt they can potentially take. And this results in a continuing cycle of indebtedness, where we borrow to repay, we borrow to repay, we borrow to repay. There's no fiscal responsibility, and as a result, we are struggling to get out of indebtedness and poverty and lack of development and all the problems that comes with that. So that is the first challenge. Another is making good use of the legal safeguards. So, for example, we're supposed to have National Assembly debating and approving all debt that is contracted, but what you find is that it's a rubber stamping exercise. There's no much debate, interrogation, or even understanding of what the implications of these contracts are, these loan debt contracts are. Okay, so that was another issue that was brought up. Another issue that was identified is the Reserve Bank of Malawi. So like I said, there's a legislative safeguard. The Reserve Bank of Malawi is supposed to be consulted prior to the contraction of debt. However, this does not often materialize. In addition to that, other challenges included the lack of transparency. And this is particularly in the case of fast contraction of debt and then also in management. And when we look at lack of transparency when we're talking about management, there's the issue of the disclosures within the medium-term debt strategy and the annual borrowing plan. Okay, so these are documents that are meant to continue evaluating the levels of debt that have been taken on in the course of the fiscal year. The annual borrowing plan is usually annual, and then the medium-term debt strategies should be about every 5 years. However, disclosure in these two documents is done on an aggregated basis. So whereas we are ticking one small box and saying, look, we are providing these documents, the challenge is that they're not of much use because they are being provided on an aggregated basis. We can't quite see the level of detail that is necessary for us to effectively analyze where or whether we are whether our domestic financing arrangements are sound. Another challenge when it comes to the lack of transparency is when we're talking about debt related to state-owned enterprises. And this is a big one because state-owned enterprises can take on quite a significant amount of debt, and without disclosure on that, then you're operating without quite understanding what the full picture is for a country. In addition to lack of transparency, we also talked about public participation. You, the people, we, the people, we need to be able to really interrogate exactly what levels of debt our governments are taking on, because who is it that pays the bill or foots the bill? It is the citizens, right? So there needs to be effective public participation that will allow citizen input as well as CSOs, NGOs, etc. in the public finance space. Another finding was on linking of funds to designated projects. Yesterday, we briefly spoke about corruption and the challenges it imposes. We talked about accountability when it comes to being able to explain where the funds have gone. So there needs to be strengthened linking of public spending to the debt that has been incurred. Finally, there needs to be independent verification of disclosures made under the medium-term debt strategy and the annual borrowing plan. And this means that there needs to be metrics, okay? You need to be able to say, this is what we are evaluating ourselves against, sort of like a scorecard, so that you're able to understand quite clearly and explain how effective your debt management program is going. With that being said, I'd like to finish there and highlight that we're glad that we are here now. The project has come to an end. It's been a fantastic 2 years of going back and forth, but we're finally here. And we do hope that the report will be of use to citizens of Malawi and also citizens of other African countries that are interested in understanding what is going on elsewhere and seeing how that can inform their legislative processes, accountability, transparency, participation demands to their governments. The Malawi study will be up on the Aphrodite website, and we look forward to you having the opportunity to peruse. With that being said, I'd like to officially thank Megan for their support throughout this particular project, Aphrodite for working with us, and for the people of Malawi for having me here and allowing me to speak to the main highlights of the report. I will now hand over to Afshin from Aphrodite, who will discuss the synthesis report that came together from the 4-country study. Thank you once more.
Standing on existing protocols established yesterday. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. With some more energy. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, now it sounds like you've had breakfast. So, before I begin delving into the findings of the synthesis report, it would be proper for me to mention that last year in June, we had a validation session for the Malawi study right here in this room, where we presented the study in depth via a 20-minute presentation. We had a panel discussion with lawyers from Malawi, myself, Mary, and a few other panel members. So even as we announce or launch the final Malawi study today, the study has received input from local Malawian stakeholders. Of course, Megan has also been giving us feedback at some point on the study, for which we are thankful. So it has been a collaborative effort between Aphrodite, ILP, Megan, and also Malawian stakeholders. So Mary has already given an overview of the project, stating that this is a project involving examination of the legal and institutional frameworks governing sovereign debt contraction and management in 4 different countries in Africa, that is Ethiopia, Ghana, Malawi, and Chad. Why we've done this is to get an understanding of the kinds of trends, opportunities, gaps that have arisen from the study, especially on the legal landscape of debt in Africa. Now, why is it important to look at the legal landscape? We have this study at Aphrodite. It's titled The Legal Foundations of the African Public Debt, which Dr. Leila had authored for us. There is a quote in that study. It says that while public debt in Africa is a product of historical and political circumstances, it is the legal foundations of debt that operationalize its existence and influence its trajectory. So if the legal foundations are operationalizing the existence of debt and influencing the trajectory, does it not become our mandate to ensure that those legal foundations are strong? So, now that I've highlighted why it's important for us to look at the legal aspects, I'll give you a very brief overview of the synthesis report. Now, this synthesis report is a comparative analysis of the 4 studies, and it looks at the trends and opportunities, it looks at the gaps, it gives some recommendations specifically on the studies, and then some general recommendations as well. Now, on the trends and opportunities, we looked at a few different criteria while analyzing all the 4 studies. We looked at who has the authority to borrow in the different countries. We looked at state-owned enterprise debt. We looked at the role of the Auditor General. We also looked at the different debt management strategies adopted by the countries, as well as transparency, accountability. Those were some of the criteria. Then what we noticed is definitely Ministry of Finance, Parliament, Auditor General, Debt Management Office. We saw those called different names, but playing the major role in debt management and contraction in their respective countries to varying extents. Now, the gaps, I will speak to them briefly as well, because the synthesis report will be available, and you will be able to read it from our website in depth should you have any questions. But the first gap is statutory limits on debt. Now, what we noticed is we lack clear legally binding thresholds on the amount of debt that can be contracted. So on the continent, we have our regional blocks, the SADC, the EAC, ECOWAS, CIMAC. They all have their different documents. For example, in EAC, we have the EAC Monetary Union Protocol. So such regional instruments suggest the thresholds for the debt to GDP ratio that we can be using. So these are merely suggestive and they're not legally binding. So because they are not legally binding, many countries are not taking them seriously. So incorporating statutory limits on debt and adhering to them strictly is one of the key gaps that we noticed. Then accountability. Accountability provisions are underdeveloped and unused. Even when you see provisions on accountability in the legislation, they are very small. I would say they're not strict enough to deter people from committing the offense. So even though those provisions exist, sometimes they're very general. They are just generally for public finance management and not specifically for debt-related offenses. So one thing under accountability is to have specific penalties for deterrence and making them large enough so that they actually deter the offense. Then second is enforcement. Sometimes even when you have the provision, because there might be executive dominance, it becomes difficult to actually prosecute those crimes because there is undue influence. Third is the aspect of transparency. Now, what we can benefit from is establishing public disclosure of loan contracts for public scrutiny. Now, I know people come and say there are non-disclosure clauses in these contracts, but does that not go against the right to access information? When we are contracting loans as the state, it is the public, it is the citizenry which is paying back those loans. So doesn't the argument of a non-disclosure clause contravene the right to access information, which is universally guaranteed under the Universal Declaration on Human Rights? Next is adherence to reporting requirements. So while the legislation may establish requirements to report maybe an annual borrowing plan, a medium-term debt management strategy, these are sometimes followed and sometimes not. Then we have the aspect of simplifying information. One problem is that majority of the citizenry, if we publish a debt contract right now, sorry, not a debt contract, but a report establishing the debt obligations, liabilities, where we currently stand, all of that, who will actually even understand? Most of the citizenry is not able to understand that information. So we need to simplify it in a manner that it's easily understood by the general populace. Next is the aspect of public participation. Mary has also touched on that specifically for Malawi. But I'm going to tie this with parliamentary oversight because parliamentarians are the representatives of the people. So parliamentary oversight, it is provided for in the different countries, but to varying extents. Sometimes the parliament will come in at the early stages. Sometimes the parliament is just there as a formality. And sometimes the parliament is brought in just to sign off that we've already discussed this contract and now we want to get parliament's signature as a tick box exercise. So parliamentary oversight needs to be strengthened. We cannot bring in parliament at the last stage when the loan has already been ratified or debated upon by the executive and it's just a matter of signing so that the loan is contracted. Next is executive dominance. I mentioned this also influences the judicial system because where there's executive dominance, the judges will be hesitant to make decisions that could put them in trouble. So this is called judicial restraint. They will restrain themselves from making decisions that could put the executive that could put them in trouble with the executive. So it has promoted a culture of judicial restraint in some countries. Next, we have independent debt management offices. So the debt management offices are basically those offices in the different countries that are supposed to do the main oversight on the debt. of not even oversight, contraction management, oversight. Basically, they are the go-to people when it comes to debt management in any specific country. Sometimes they are within the Ministry of Finance, and sometimes they're independent. So when they are within the Ministry of Finance, this can hinder how independently they conduct their functions. So independent DMOs, or debt management officers, are another recommendation. Next, we have Auditor General. The role of the Auditor General, so enhancing that, so there's more rigorous monitoring of the use of borrowed funds. Legal expertise, building our own specialized legal expertise, especially on loan negotiations, as well as dispute resolution. Then finally, state-owned enterprise debt. One thing I found interesting was in Ethiopia, they have the Liability and Asset Management Corporation. So that is one corporation established just to take care of state-owned enterprise debt, because it became clear that it was becoming a problem in the country. So apart from having such a corporation or an entity to oversee SOE debt, we can also look at the mandatory evaluation of the ability to pay of the state-owned enterprise before giving them the debt. I know that's provided in the Malawian legislation as well, but the extent to which it is adhered to is another story. Then general recommendations from the study. Now I'll just give you 3. One is to incorporate minimum terms and conditions in loan contracts, and this could be part of the legislation as well. So minimum terms and contracts, minimum terms and conditions, what do? They protect us. They protect us from being exploited. They protect us from giving out our resources, for example, as collateral. Minimum terms and conditions are therefore, it's necessary for us to understand, if we're going to the negotiating table, we say these are the must-have terms that we should have in our debt contracts, and we're not budging on these. Because when it comes to our resources, sometimes we'll be affecting our sovereignty. For instance, if you look at some debt contracts where you'll say, in case of default, our port goes to this country that lent us the money, so that in essence also has an impact on our sovereignty. Second is to establish a model loan contract. This is something Afrodad has been pushing for. This is something that we've seen in recent African Union ECOSOC consultations as well. Having a model loan contract, this will serve as a guide on the terms and conditions and be super helpful in negotiations of our loan contracts. Then finally, Mary has mentioned this, but linking loans to projects that they were borrowed for. So sometimes you'll see, and this is a question I hear, this is something I hear people talking on the ground also a lot, that we got the loan for this and this and this, but we don't see it resulting in anything. Where did the money go? There was misappropriation of funds, debt-related illicit financial flows. So what do we do in order to address that? Link the loan proceeds to the specific development project. In that way, we hinder misappropriation and make sure that the proceeds are allocated to the purpose for which the loan was borrowed. Now, there is so much more I can say about this study. There are 5 publications. There's the Malawi study, the Ethiopia study, the Ghana study, and the Ethiopia, Malawi, Chad, Ghana studies. Those 4 studies, which go really in-depth into the legislation of each specific country, and then this summarizing synthesis report, which gives a comparative analysis therefrom. All of these studies will be available on our website in the coming few weeks and months. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope you do give the studies a read. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Mary and Afshin. Thank you so very much. You've really highlighted key issues in as far as the study is concerned. One is the issue of parliamentary oversight. To what extent do our honorable members of parliament understand these processes? As they are passing their own authorization bills in Parliament, do they really understand what that means? And on the same, having passed the bill that is, government is borrowing for a specific project, I just had a discussion with my mom here from Nigeria, on a loan that Malawi took some time ago, $5 million United States dollars for the construction of a specific bridge that never took place. And then 5, 10, 20 years later, that loan got as big as $50 million US dollars of a project that never existed. To what extent do they also take time to monitor the loans that they have authorized for specific projects? That's the issue of parliamentary oversight that we are talking about. And also in our own public finance management law of 2022, it has specific chapters that stipulates the role of members of parliament in as far as oversight functions on debt contraction issues is concerned. To what extent our own honorable members are partaking and living to those provisions in the Public Finance Management Act. On the issue of executive dominance in these processes. Yes, even last year when we were validating this report, we had the first Deputy Speaker of Parliament who explained and lamented to say sometimes there is always a waiver for the standing orders just to fast track the process. So that's what executive dominance is all about. So we've seen even in our Malawi Parliament where a loan authorization bill is sneaked into the business of the day when it's not appearing on the order paper for that particular day. We have had such issues in Malawi. So that's the executive dominance we are talking about. And the report is also talking about independent debt management actors or offices. To what extent are non-state actors, to what extent citizens of this country and the African continent participate in these processes and provide oversight functions in as far as debt management, contraction, and implementation issues are concerned. And then various model roles that we have, specifically for our case within the SADC region, is the SADC model role, which also Majin Afrodad and other partners are also advocating. To what extent have our countries aligned their public finance management pieces of registration to the SADC model role? So these are some of the issues that I think the report is highlighting and calling all of us to be part and parcel of these processes. Thank you so much once again. I don't know if we could have some quick reactions of people that probably have issues of what Afshin and Mary have presented in terms of clarity or just comments. I can give some 5-10 minutes for that discussion, and then we can move to the next item on the agenda. Any quick reactions or comments on the presentation? Yeah. Yes, ma'am, you can switch on the mic.
I just want to raise that because we're in a global world now. My name is Ene Obi from Nigeria. The young man that died in the custody in Kenya because of his voice, I think we need to give him a 1-minute silence. I've forgotten the name. Please, can somebody from Kenya give us the name? I ask the commission to please, so we stand and give a 1-minute silence for that great African that stood up for all of us.
Okay.
His name was Albert Ojwang. Yeah.
Albert
Ojwang.
We need to honor Albert with a 1-minute silence, please. That's a great African that has paid the price for all of us.
All right. There is a proposal to rise for a minute of silence in honor of a great son
Yes, for the Kenyan activist who died in the custody a few weeks ago. The memory of his soul, that we all pray for him, that we carry his memory along with us.
It's Abad. Okay.
May his beautiful soul rest in perfect peace.
Amen.
Amen.
Amandra. Amandra. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am, for that observation. Thank you. Any other intervention? All right, I see a hand. Yeah, you can switch on the mic and please make your contribution. Yeah, I'll come back to you.
Thank you very much for the contributions. My name is Joanne Jingamba from For Equality. I just wanted to ask, it's more of a question as well as a comment on something that was said about parliamentary oversight. I understand that members of parliament are for the people. They're supposed to represent the people, right? But how do they provide oversight for the grant that we, or for the loan that we acquire, when they're actually the ones that are benefiting from that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. At some point, I would invite Honorable Shabalala to share her experience as a former member of parliament on oversight. But just to expound on what you said, yes, our democracy is representative, where we entrust our responsibility to the honorable members that we elect into various positions. And the thinking is they are doing that on our behalf. In fact, every time the loan authorization bill is laid in Parliament, the language that the Minister of Finance will use is the Minister of Finance would like to borrow on behalf of the people of Malawi. That's the language that is used. So to what extent are the people of Malawi that are said to be on their behalf consulted on these processes? So that's the discussion that we are talking about on issues of oversight. So not trying to put you on the spot, ma'am, would you share your experience in terms of oversight functions of members of parliament in as far as debt contraction issues is concerned? Honorable Shabalala.
Thanks. I think parliamentary oversight is based on the work that's done in the committees. So if, for instance, you are in the finance committee, you are not going to oversight what happens in social development or in health. And you only oversight that which is within the program for that particular time. So if illicit financial flows is not part of the conversation, it is not on the program, you are not going to oversight illicit financial flows. I think which is why I try and impress upon members of parliament who are uplift members to make illicit financial flows part of the election campaign, but also to ensure that it is part of party policy doctrine. Because if it is not there, it will not be oversighted. You leave it up to the cabinet to brief you about what they've done and decided and discussed to the exclusion of the MPs. So I think as citizens, we should always remember, if it is not within the program, it will not be oversighted.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable, for those insights. I also saw a hand from, yeah, you have the floor.
Ok, muito bom dia a todos. Chamo-me Manuel Pembele Fulutoma, vindo de Angola. Queria, em primeiro lugar, agradecer as apresentações sobre os resumos dos relatórios que foram dos estudos feitos de cerca de 4 países. Diria eu que este é o caminho para nós podermos conter e também podermos trazer um sistema participativo no que diz respeito à gestão de dívida nos países africanos. Primeiro, queria também dizer que não vamos esquecer que a questão da dívida pública nunca deixa de ser uma política externa que permite o Ocidente controlar a gestão da liderança dos nossos países e também, ao mesmo tempo, poder ter controle e dar destino aos nossos recursos. Por essa razão, nós somos obrigados, para além de peritos que tratam das questões da dívida pública, os países africanos, a sociedade civil, precisamos pensar por uma auditoria cidadã. A auditoria cidadã permitirá que o cidadão se envolva na problemática de monitoria da dívida pública, porque os países têm, os governos têm diferentes tipos de dívida. Há dívida que eles contratam a nível externo e há dívidas internas. Há dívidas odiosas. Por exemplo, caso concreto, Angola tem montão de dívida. Primeira dívida é com a China, em 1985, que parte da dívida partidária para depois a dívida governamental. É um problema muito sério. Hoje, a FMI não é o credor maior de Angola. O credor maior de Angola é a China, com cerca de 80 mil milhões de dólares, e nesse preciso momento a China está a reter certos sectores. O que nós precisamos? Primeiro, como tribunal e como também um grupo que estamos aqui, partilhar essas experiências. Como é que deve ser? Nós somos dos países que falamos português. Se Malawi pegar no seu relatório, e mesmo se não pode traduzir aqui, enviar para Angola, trabalhamos um pouco no resumo e partilhar para Angola. Angola pega o que dele, manda em Malawi. Nós vamos conseguir todos nos envolver na luta contra a dívida de África, que continua a comprometer a geração vindoura. Deixa-vos dizer, a dívida não nos afeta tanto nós que estamos aqui com 50 e 60 anos. Nós já somos salvos da dívida. Nós também somos gatunos. Deixa-vos dizer isso. Nós somos fruto de gatunismos. Estamos aqui a falar, mas cada um de nós onde está a trabalhar sabe o que ele está a fazer. Mas não levemos esta nossa postura para a geração vindoura. Coitado de jovens que estão nas escolas hoje. Então, trabalhemos unidos na troca de informações. A língua não seja barreira. Porque vimos que muitas vezes quando o francofone fala, você dá conta que outros não prestam atenção. E isto é feio. Como é que nós vamos criar uma África unida, onde a língua é o primeiro elemento da barreira para a união? Enquanto que os problemas, os credores não procuram da língua. Ele dá dívida para os lusófonos, dá dívida para os anglófonos, dá dívida para os francófonos. É a mesma pessoa que nos mexe com a dívida, mas nós, na gestão da dívida, nos separamos por causa de língua e territórios. Desculpa, tudo dá um pouco de raiva, mas temos que nos gerir porque somos pilares para trazer mudanças. Obrigado.
Thank you very much. I really like the anger in you. I think he's speaking to the issue of popularization of such reports how best do we also translate into different languages so that even countries that did not participate in the study can learn and benefit from what the report is saying. So I hope Afshin and Mary are taking note of that and will act accordingly. I'm not sure. Okay, we still have more hands. Secretariat, give me an indication when tea is ready. Please give me an indication so that when we are done with this round of plenary, we can break and then come back for the next discussions. Yeah, I recognize Mavuto and then Donex, and then yes, Mairede here in that order. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Once again, Mavuto Bamusi, Malawi. The issue of parliamentary oversight has to be viewed from the context of the capacity of Parliament itself to provide such oversight. So, for example, I'll give you an example of Malawi. We have a case where Parliament also has to be provided with the oversight, because there is a lot of corruption also happening in Parliament at the time when money bills are to be discussed, when loan and financing bills are to be discussed. So those institutions that have got an interest in that particular money bill who mobilize numbers in Parliament, and sometimes even money is changing hands among parliamentarians just to mobilize the numbers for that particular bill to pass. So this level of bribery within Parliament and corruption within Parliament needs to be checked as well. But the question is, who must do this kind of checking? That is where we as the people, the civil society institutions, must also provide oversight over such institutions. And lastly, the structure of parliamentary oversight in Malawi is such that we operate with the parliamentary committees, or portfolio committees as they are called in other countries. This is where we as the people, as a civil society, need to continuously engage with the relevant committees of Parliament that are providing oversight on institutions that are implementing projects that have benefited from the borrowed funds. Very, very lastly is the sticky issue of the Constituency Development Fund. And you know as much as I do that the CDF, the Constituency Development Fund, has now turned into a kind of a bribe. Some pocket money to be provided to parliamentarians, such that at the end of the day, the executive would like to assure MPs that they are going to increase the money allocated to the CDF, and then in return, the MPs will also agree that they are going to pass any money bills that will come from the executive. So these are some of the things that are contributing to the rise in terms of our public debts. So the civil society, we the people gathered in here, must renew our efforts and energies to check on the abuse of parliamentary powers. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I had recognized Donex, and then the lady at the back. Yeah, Donex, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, moderator. My submission is somehow related to the one made by Mavuto Bamus. Given that Parliament is constitutionally mandated to provide oversight on loan authorizations, but in practice, the majority controlled by the ruling party often undermines objective scrutiny. So taking advantage of this forum, how can civil society organizations effectively advocate for stronger, more independent parliamentary oversight on public borrowing, even in politically imbalanced environments, as we normally see in our many African countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then we move to the lady at the back, then we'll come to you. Yes, you have the mic.
Okay, thank you so much. I should first say that my comment is not necessarily based on what we are discussing today, but rather I would like to comment based on what was discussed yesterday. Thanks for this opportunity that today the audience has a chance to comment their views, which was not given yesterday. I would just like to share about the impact of IMF or World Bank on the lives of persons with disabilities. So I'm taking this from the disability perspective to say that the austerity measures, as well as the structured measures that IMF and World Bank does, has really greatly impacted in the lives of persons with disabilities, as well as families that has children with disabilities. Firstly, I should talk on economic hardships. We heard the witnesses yesterday that others had to survive by selling vegetables, others have to survive by the scholarship and whatnot. So for persons with disabilities, this has really greatly impacted their lives. Looking at the educational background, we already have the existing inequalities among and vulnerabilities between persons with and those without disabilities. So for a person with a disability who is actually educated and having the valid papers to be employed, you find that most of them are not employed, because the employers, they say it is very expensive to employ a person with a disability, because you have, for instance, to employ a person who has hearing disabilities, you should also employ a sign language interpreter for that person. If you are to employ a person who has physical disabilities, you also have to employ an assistant to be pushing, let's say, the wheelchair. And the same with those with visual impairment, you have to employ a guiding person. So they say it is very expensive to employ somebody who has a disability, making it hard for that person to survive. If a person is surviving on selling vegetables, let's look at a person who has a disability and does not have a wheelchair and has mobility challenges. How do we expect that person to make ends meet or to find the basic needs for themselves? We look at also the inaccessible disability-friendly specific services, such as rehabilitation. The cut-off that are done in the health sector are really putting more challenges on persons with disabilities, because nowadays they cannot access the rehabilitation services. We also look at the inaccessible purchasing of the assistive devices, such as wheelchairs. To purchase a wheelchair is 1 million plus. To purchase hearing aids, it's 950,000 for 1 year. And if you are to have 2 hearing aids, we are talking about close to 2 million. So for a parent who is not working, or if a person with disability who is not working, how do we expect them to be able to purchase the assistive devices? Not only that, we look at the education. Inclusive education is very expensive to implement. We do not have specialist teachers. So somebody was also sharing that at some point in Malawi, teachers were stopped from being trained. So let's look at that. How do we expect a child with a disability to be trained or to be included in the education sector? We have specialist teachers, yes, they are not adequate, and they do not have the capacity to handle learners with disabilities, because one might be specialized, let's say, in learning difficulties or hearing impairment or visual impairment, and then when the government is deploying teachers, who only deploy a special teacher who is specialized in one area, and being expected to be handling all learners. Are we really serious or sure that this child or the other children with disabilities will be able to learn? So IMF has really negatively affected us people with the disabilities as well as our families. Somebody mentioned about unpaid job. It is very hard to care for somebody with a disability. It means that if you are to look after your own child, you cannot be able to go for farming or to go to work because you are busy taking care of your child. And if your child does not have a wheelchair, it means you have to carry your child to school and back from school. At what time are you going to be productive for your own life or your country? Thank you so much. That's what I just wanted actually to share.
Hey. I wish you were one of the witnesses or victims yesterday so that we see those sentiments captured in the delivery as our learned judge will be presenting. But all the same, we would appreciate that at some point you engage with our judges with a write-up, a brief write-up, so that we also capture that aspect in our final document. Thank you. A big round of applause to the lady. Thank you. I had recognized Madam here, and then, yeah, any more hands? Okay, Dalitso, yeah, Mr. Patel, and then Betha. Yeah, in that order, then we will wind up. Vera or Gift, please give me an indication where if it is ready. I'm waiting for you.
Merci beaucoup de la parole accordée. Je suis d'accord ici qu'on accorde de la place au Parlement dans ce processus que nous avons commencé. Mais je reste toutefois sceptique, j'ai peur. Parce que nos parlementaires, ou soit nos commissions parlementaires, sont souvent en mèche avec le gouvernant. Et je rentre directement dans mon pays, la République démocratique du Congo. Très souvent, tout ce qui se passe, contracter des dettes, le gouvernement le fait, mais les parlementaires sont au courant. Mais les parlementaires ne représentent pas valablement la population. Chez moi, par exemple, aujourd'hui, la population ne compte plus sur les parlementaires. S'il faut compter aujourd'hui ici sur les parlementaires pour faire avancer ces processus, moi ça me fait peur parce que les politiques des institutions financières internationales, la population, le petit peuple ne fait que subir. La population subit les politiques qu'elle n'a pas choisies. Alors je me rallie dans le point de vue des autres que les parlementaires doivent être aussi surveillés. Au-delà de ça, hier, je suis resté sur une réflexion, un questionnement. La démarche amorcée ici, à mon avis, il fallait en amont associer les gouvernants. Parce que ce sont les gouvernants qui contractent ces dettes et nous autres, on n'est pas au courant. Aujourd'hui, nous pouvons amorcer ces processus et arriver peut-être à un certain niveau. On risque de ne pas avoir des résultats attendus qui vont soulager le peuple. Est-ce ne pensez-vous pas qu'en amont, il fallait également associer nos dirigeants africains, nos gouvernants, parce qu'on ne sait jamais, peut-être qu'il y a également des agendas cachés lorsqu'ils contractent ces dettes. Merci.
Thank you. Let's go to Betha and then Mr. Patel, then we'll end up with Daliso. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, the moderator. So, the question around how would we build a robust civil society organization for much stronger and more independent oversight, debt oversight. It's very critical in these discussions. Why? I think from where Medjin has been sitting and all other civil society organizations, we see prevailing spaces that have come out. One such is the OGP initiative, where there are some initiatives around open parliament, engaging the parliamentary committees to make sure that they provide the much needed scrutiny. And also to just amplify that since this study was carried out by Afrodad and through our debt justice campaign, strides have been made that we see scrutiny in parliament However, it's more or less like sugar-coated in a way. Why? Because up until when civil society organizations will be able to go into a negotiating table where we can understand the terms and references of the creditors to Malawi. It's up until parliamentarians have access to these terms and conditions, it's when we were going to provide, or they were going to provide the much needed oversight. So the issue here is that at the negotiation table, it remains the executive, the technical arm of government, which is ministry, aside the oversight function and the parliamentary committees. Aside that, some strides are being made, yes, through proper scrutiny because of such engagements. But we can do better to mount efforts as civil society organizations in Malawi for a better debt justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Patel, then we'll wind up with Dalit. Yeah, you have the floor.
All right, I have more of a comment and questions in the first place on lack of enforcement, especially on the side of the judiciary. We are aware that there is money involved as far as debt is concerned. So as much as respect with everyone is hungry for money, this will create a loophole for corruption. For this reason, what has the judiciary, has it done as far as deterrence to this kind of practices of corruption is concerned? And as much as we respect that we have a suffrage to appoint our parliamentarians, are these people eligible enough to be aware of the developments of the IMF and debt as far as debt and IMF giving debts to countries is concerned? As much as we respect that there are some particular cases that we have seen of like the Human Rights Commission and trying to enforce and try to, or the Human Rights Commission trying to deter this practice of corruption. But should we say that the deterrence is enough so that these people shouldn't continue this kind of practices of corruption? Because as much as we respect that the IMS is the devil that is exploiting Africa, but also us Africans people, I think we have a particular role as much as exploiting Africa is concerned. And for this reason, I think there are mechanisms that are put in place to try and deter these practices. But is this really mechanisms, have they really worked? Can we put them in evidence to say that the judiciary or maybe the laws are really, are Malawian laws, for example, just good on paper, that they are not really enforced? We cannot have evidence to see that these people, they have done something about it. Furthermore, on strengthening parliamentary oversight, I think parliamentarians were supposed to be the ones maybe here attending this inquiry in the first place, because whatever is happening, as Mike has you've already said that there are situations that money was borrowed for construction of a bridge, 5 million, and now the money that the money has accumulated for $50 million right now, whilst there's nothing that has done, and it is in evidence that that money has been embezzled maybe by public officers. But what have we done as far as deterring this kind of practices is concerned? Have we done enough? Have we arrested enough? Or maybe we're just leaving them and they are so contented that they are not even afraid to go and continue this kind of practices. That is my comment and maybe my question per se. Thank you.
Thank you. Dalit, so you have the floor.
Thank you very much. My name is Dalitso Kubalasa from Malawi. I think I will pick it up from my colleague who just spoken. The question of have we done enough? What more should we do? I think that's a very critical maybe point to to start from. As we regroup, we are definitely regrouping with the tribunal. We've come full circle. We heard of all those stories of where we started with the Jubilee 2000 campaign, and where we are now. We're hearing of how bad the debt stress, the public debt stress levels are as we speak, how unsustainable they are. So definitely there is more for us to be done. And I want to appreciate from yesterday, today, our advocates yesterday. I think there's one aspect that is very unique, and perhaps as we seek to do more, the aspect of working and collaborating even more with the judiciary. What we saw with our advocates from Kenya and the others, the judge will be making a determination, I think is something that should really inspire us even more to collaborate, connect, and build even more blocks as we push this narrative of creating a better Africa or better countries to come. Now, having said that, I wanted to, the study that has just been launched. I think this is something that is helping us, or that should help us even more to sharpen the narrative, to sharpen the quest for evidence-based policy engagement, policy influencing. And I want to implore on our colleagues, I think Aphrodite and the others, we are launching a study. I think there's a synthesis report. At the minimum, I think let's share that so that we maximize, the popularizing of the issues, the findings. It would have been nice, or it can really be nice to share these. They might be drafts, but these are very, very critical, pieces of arsenal that should help us to already, engage as we speak, because time is not on our side. We are already in the thick of things. The crisis is already at very, very unsustainable levels, very dangerous levels. So every opportunity that we can get, even now, as we speak, there's another engagement that our colleagues are supposed to have been a part of that, but I know the Minister of Finance and the other gatekeepers are already meeting. These are platforms that we should already be utilizing. So I just wanted to implore that. I heard my sister, she was saying the report will be made available on the website in the coming weeks, months, but time is, not on our side. So it would be nice if we can already have a QR code, maybe we can already access them as we're speaking now, as we're winding up on such a very important tribunal or platform like we are doing. Otherwise, let's indeed connect, let's bridge and bond. We need everybody we can lay our hands on as we make a case, as we engage with the policy influencing that needs to happen. The legislature, obviously, policy oversight by Parliament is very critical. The judiciary, we are seeing, I think we need to do a lot more of that in Malawi. I know as Megin, we have our own judge on the board who is very, very passionate about these issues. I think we need to perhaps do a little more in working with the judiciary, like our colleagues from Kenya, our colleagues from Cameroon are already doing, so that we push forward this narrative to get a better Malawi or a better Kenya, a better Africa going forward. I just thought I needed to add that to the conversations. Otherwise, this is quite inspiring. We've come full circle, and I think we need back to the basics, and we need to be even more diligent than ever before, because what is being faced, what is facing us in terms of the debt and everything else, the impunity and all of that, the corruption, I think we need to be even better organized than ever before as civil society, working together with everybody else with a collective responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all those comments and discussions. I hope Afshin and Mary have taken note, especially on the sharing of the report. But I'm reliably informed the report is laid there, and it was supposed to be brought here printed copies, but they had a small challenge, but I think it is ready, it can be shared. Yeah, thank you. And just one comment on the issue of judiciary and probably some efforts that we've been doing as an institution alongside with other partners. We've tried to engage judiciary to bring them on board on these issues, especially through the public interest litigation processes. But then we are not there yet, but we are trying. After that, Megin, Zimcode, and other partners have been engaging judiciary from that perspective through the public interest litigation processes. But we have a very big room to improve and make sure we bring them on board in as far as these issues are concerned. I was about to cross, but I'm seeing a persistent hand from John, and then,
mine is not a long one. It's just to share a piece of information in terms of judiciary engagement. Last year, judiciary signed a memorandum with civil society through a youth and society organization where it has committed itself to work more and open up to civil society, but also to public. So that's a huge opportunity for us in Malawi. The Chief Justice himself signed on behalf of the judiciary. So that's what I wanted to check, that at least we have an opportunity now that the judiciary is opening up in terms of judicial accountability. So it's something that we need to take advantage of.
Thank you, John, for that information. Very useful. Yes, we'll finish with you, Madam.
All right. Thank you so much for having the tribunal and having us come together to engage on important issues, especially with debt. My comment, maybe I could call it a question, is on the presentation that they made on the reports, and mainly looking into the limits on debt, that there should be a limit, a statutory limit to debts. My question is, how realistic is this? Because if we look into the reality of the world itself is unfair. We have already heard so many testimonies yesterday from our witnesses and our victims on the things that they have experienced, the things that they have faced. So many people that have lost their lives because of the issue of debt and the lack of proper public services. So what I can say from this is that the IMF and the World Bank, as international financial institutions, they benefit from these debts. So if they are to put a limit on the debts, they will no longer benefit from them. So even though we are putting them on a stand to say we want a change, we want the debts to be eradicated completely, we want a better system for African countries and for developing countries to be able to borrow money without having to pay back interest at a high amount, but regardless, they still benefit from the high amounts of interest that we pay back. They still benefit from the policies and ideologies of these debts that they bring into, from the loans that they give us. So my question still remains the same. How realistic is it to have a limit on the debts, on the debts in our states, in our different countries? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so very much. I will invite Mary just for a wind up, and there were some questions in terms of popularization and what have you. And the last question, just in 2 minutes, you wind up, then we can close.
Hello. Thank you once more for having me and for the questions that you've raised. I think I'll tackle the question on debt ceilings. I know, there's been some concern that it might not necessarily be realistic to have debt ceilings. Will they be adhered to? Now, I think what might be worth highlighting is that there are other jurisdictions on the continent that do have debt ceilings. So these may be, it may be a specific figure. So, you cannot borrow beyond 10 trillion Kenya shillings, just for example. Others are pegged to the GDP. So you can only have debt that is beyond a certain percentage of GDP. There have been mixed experiences, and I think the two sort of negative ones that come to mind is, one, you find where there have been debt ceilings in some countries, what happens is that they realize that it's hard to exercise fiscal discipline and to adhere to those ceilings. And so what happens is that they repeal those debt ceilings in their legislation so that they are sort of free from the shackles. Other experiences are Parliament may continue to amend the legislation that introduces the debt ceiling by continually increasing the ceiling every year, every other year, etc. So we do acknowledge that there are challenges. And you find that governments find different ways of circumventing those ceilings. But I think it is crucial in the first place to have them, because once you start from the position of there being a legislative safeguard, you have something to benchmark against. You cannot, as a government, willy-nilly continue to incur debt. Why? Because even if it comes to amending legislation, there will have to be some sort of accountability. There will be some procedure that you will have to go through to allow you to take on increasing amounts of debt. So I think, despite the fact that there are various instances when the ceilings are circumvented, it is useful just to have them in the first place, because it provides a starting point for members of the public, for civil society, to hold government to account. So for example, in my country, in Kenya, we have public participation, right? Whether that's effective or not is a different question, but we have the very opportunity to start, at least, to question, to challenge. And so where there's no debt ceiling, then what opportunity are you going to have to say, okay, this is too much debt, right? But where there's a ceiling, you have somewhere to start with and say, look, we said that we do not want to go beyond this, and if you're changing legislation, why are you doing so? So that's my comment on that. With respect to the issue of publicizing, I think these are the kind of forums where we should be able to talk openly, and have been able to talk openly about all matters pertaining to debt. And I think the work of civil society cannot be overemphasized, because they do help with capacity, with building awareness and mobilizing members of the public. And in that specific role, then I think it allows, like we said, we the people to come together, to understand what the issues are, to make noise, to hold our MPs to our account. If we look at the Kenyan example, Finance Bill 24, I think that is a fantastic illustration or highlight of the fact that, one, people, if well equipped with the knowledge and understanding of what decisions at those levels in Parliament mean, if we the people can understand, then we can have a say. So let the, well, I'd say let the Kenyan example be something to inspire. I mean, I could go on for a very long time talking about how it was a movement that really had the whole country involved. We're talking about different generations. We started with the youth, then the Gen Zs, then the millennials, and then going on, and we ultimately had the whole country rallying together. So, like I said, civil society plays a critical role in highlighting what the issues are, in educating members of the public, and I mean, just based on the witness statements that were made yesterday by the Malawians in the room, it goes to show that these are concepts that can be engaged with, and we can build capacity, we can fight for what we know is right. So I think as a starting point, we do the studies, then we publicize, we share. Now, thank you. I don't know if Afshin has... Yeah.
Yes, Afshin.
Right, thank you very much, Mike and Mary, for addressing those comments, and thank you all for your engagement with the studies. My apologies, I did miss some comments and questions because of an urgent issue, but I will address the ones that I did hear while I was in the room. The first is on... First, I'll just mention the issue of translation to different languages. Yes, we do intend to translate the reports to different languages. So usually we do French, Portuguese, and English. So each of those studies will slowly be translated to those 3 languages, especially the synthesis report, since it is a summary of the comparative analysis coming out from all of the studies. Then the issue of, I think Pembele gave us a very good example of Mozambique and Angola. He stressed for us how important it is to have minimum terms and conditions, citing Mozambique and Angola as examples. And he's rightly pointed out that the process of loan contraction is different for different loans, which is what makes it so important to have those model loan contract, those minimum terms and conditions, and proper debt management frameworks in place. Then parliamentary oversight, I am learning from Honorable Shabalala, and I can't remember who commented also, I think Mavuto, on how it works in practice within the parliamentary committees. So on the issue of corruption and bribery within the parliament, again, very real risk. And the issue of civil society, calling them to account when it comes to, I think Mavuto said, who must check when the issues of corruption and bribery come to the fore, and he mentioned civil society, which indeed has been the case. If we look at for example, the Mozambique hidden loan scandal, who brought it to light, who took the petition to court? It was the civil societies, I believe 2 civil society, or a civil society coalition, it escapes my mind, but it was civil society essentially that took the petition to court. Then, yeah, that's one thing on the aspect of checking on abuse of parliamentary powers. Then, yes, the engagement with relevant parliamentary committees. I think this is also important for debate on the debt agreements. The issue of civil society oversight also when it comes to parliament. When we went to Ethiopia, the civil society there told us they're fighting for a seat in parliament, just 1 seat to represent civil society. That's one way in which civil society can voice their concerns about debt management in the country. And another thing to note is that while we were conducting these studies, we also noticed that civil society involvement tends to be very limited, or just as a tick box exercise. Next thing is on dissemination. So these studies are not the end of a journey, but basically the beginning of another journey. So just because we have done the reports, we don't intend to say published, done, project completed. No, we intend to use the findings from those reports to actually institute. We are reaching out to institute changes. So we are reaching out to different stakeholders. We've been writing to the entities, the officials that have been pointed out in those reports, to tell them that this is the study, these are the findings, and that's how we plan to continue dissemination. And civil society in the relevant countries are definitely a support. Like Mike, we were discussing this just earlier this week on doing the same thing in Malawi, also with the Malawi study. My apologies, I did miss the rest of the comments because of something urgent that needed to be addressed, but in case you'd like to have a discussion, we can definitely do so over tea break. Once again, thank you so much for your engagement. We truly appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Afshin. We were about to break, but I will give a chance to Honorable Shabalala as we break.
Thank you. It's going to sound a bit controversial, but it's the truth. We cannot oversight parliamentary corruption with the current parliamentary systems in our countries. That's just a fact. And actually not even in our countries only, just globally. I think, which for me always begs the question when people say to me, oh, but how are you supporting Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger? It's military coups. And I'm just like, I rather deal with a military coup, and I know it's a military coup, than deal with a form of democracy that makes me believe my voice is heard when actually it's a dictatorship. Because the way, firstly, these systems aren't ours. Let's not fool ourselves. They were left for us. We took them, we ran with them. We did not endeavor to even revolutionize and change them. It is embedded within the parliamentary system, truly, for the cabinet to abuse the MPs, and the party system does not make it better for all of us, because it is MPs who are primarily expected to hold cabinet accountable. But if MPs are sitting in parliament married to their parties before they are married to the country, you should know that whatever any other party is doing, if their party is not supporting, it shall not go. So I think, I hate talk that goes nowhere. You know, we are like people who are holding buckets that are leaking and trying to fill them. Maybe it's high time we look at these electoral systems, that's actually the correct word, and look at, do they serve Malawi? And also, Africa is a continent, not a country. So a system could work in South Africa that does not work in Malawi, that does not work in Nigeria. So maybe it is high time the voters look at this electoral system and say, is it working? But can I can I shock you just quickly? We're running the data workshop, I think last year. And my first question to civil society was like, without you looking, can someone tell me about the electoral system? What's the name first? Let's start there. How does it work? What are the advantages? What are the disadvantages? We ourselves don't even understand our electoral systems. So how are the people going to understand them? So I think for me, the work needs to start. Let's look at the electoral systems and really look at what are the gaps there that exacerbate these things that we complain about. And for me, oversight of finances start at election campaign. If we don't know who funded the ruling party, how are we going to even know who the ruling party is singing for? Because whoever pays for it owns it. So if there's no accountability and openness in the electoral funding, there shall be no openness in any other thing for the next 5 years in that parliament. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid we'll have to break at that note. We'll come back and engage into further discussions after the subsequent presentations and processes. This is almost 11:10. We should break for refreshments. They are still served by the poolside. Let's get back here by 11:30. When we are back, we will go straight into a panel of discussion, which will discuss the impact of debt on investment in children. And then after that, we'll get into another discussion on how best we can profile issues of public debt in as far as making debt an electoral agenda. So let's break and come back at 11:30. Thank you. Okay, I'm told the refreshments are just within this corridor, not by the poolside. Just this big corridor, not by the poolside. Thank you.
on services such as health, education, as well as public wages. So when the government spends less, civil servants lose jobs or face salary delays, and public service sometimes degrade. Local business that depend on government contracts, they also suffer. And this reduces circulation of cash or income in the economy, thereby making life harder for ordinary people, particularly those in low and middle income countries, which mostly are in Africa. Again, and finally, the IMF advises countries to devalue their currency, privatize public services, and remove subsidies, among many others. Prices of commodities go up and become expensive, and the people's purchasing power shrinks, forcing ratios debt and many others use their already limited resources. So these are just a few of the many prescriptions that these institutions prescribe and make life of an ordinary citizen very hard. So we are not economists, but we know how we all got here. And yes, when parents like Rachel's dad cannot afford to pay school fees for their children, it is IMF and World Bank's problem. So we are here today to speak for ourselves, and with me here are young advocates, and I will allow them to introduce themselves, starting from my immediate left. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Exactly, that's the energy that we need to have this afternoon. So my name is Victoria Blessings Kanamba. I'm the former Speaker of Mwanza Children's Parliament from 2016 to 2021. I'm also the former National Children's Parliament Speaker, National Children's Parliament of Malawi 2021. I'm also a former African Child Parliamentarian for 2022. I'm currently studying public administration at the University of Malawi. Just finished my third year, going into fourth year. Hello? I know that most of you know me, but I will introduce myself. My name is Rachel Yankonglue. I'm from Zimba South, which is in the northern part of Malawi. I am the Speaker from Zimba South Children's Parliament and the former Deputy Speaker for 2021 National Children's Parliament. And I have been newly selected to pursue Bachelor's of Arts in Economics at the University of Malawi.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tendai Mbukwa. I'm a member of National Children's Parliament, and I've also been newly selected to Malawi University of Business and Applied Sciences to pursue Bachelor's of Arts in Public Relations. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Whited Shima from Zimba South, Malawi. I'm 17 years old. I'm a newly selected student to pursue Bachelor of Science in Agribusiness Management at Luana, and I'm also a member of Malawi National Children's Parliament. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for our young emerging leaders. Thank you very much. So I will start with you, Whited. Can you explain in your own words, what do you think debt is all about? What does debt mean to you? When you hear about debt, what exactly comes into your mind first?
Thank you, Madam Moderator, for giving me this opportunity to explain how I understand in my own ways what debt is all about. So, in my own understanding, debt is a total amount of money owned by a person, company, or a country This is when you borrow money from someone like bank or a person with the promise to pay it back later. Usually, the borrower also agrees to repay with extra money on it, which is also called interest. For example, example of debt loans, a country borrowing from institutions, World Bank and the IMF. It can also be called unpaid bills, which all loans are what create debt. So that's all how I understand about debt.
Thank you very much, Whited, and I quote, it can also be called unpaid bills. Moving on to Tendai, do you think it's fair when governments spend more money paying debt, paying these unpaid bills, than on things like schools or hospitals? Do you think it's fair?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. It's not really that fair because if the government spent more money on paying debts than on social services like schools and hospitals, the children's rights will be infringed because there will be no quality education and also there will be no quality of accessible to health because more money is allocated to instead of being allocated to social services like schools, there will be no more money. And which is also contrary to the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, which states that every child has the right to quality education as well as health. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you very much, Tendai. So instead of our schools purchasing books and other learning materials, we are busy paying unpaid bills. Thank you very much. Moving on to ratio. Why do you think poor families suffer more than rich families when money is tight because of debt?
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator, for the wonderful question. When the governments, like the African governments, have got huge external debts, and when the money is tight in different countries, the poor will suffer the more than the rich. This is why I'm saying this. With great concern, the poor highly depend on public social services. So because of austerity measures, the government reduces spending on those public social services. It means it is violating the rights of the poor from accessing proper social services. For example, in education. When we talk about education, we go to the government schools. Let us compare the government schools and private schools. We will see that in the government schools, it's where the problem of lacking books, the problem of lacking enough teachers, schools in bad states, it's common in government schools. So the rich, in most cases, they send their students to, they send their children to private schools. For example, let us have an investigation if all the ministers of the children to the ministers or the children to the rich people, do they attend government schools or where do they go? In Malawi, for example, many of these children are attending schools like Karibu Academy, Maranatha Academy, while the poor families are attending to the schools. For example, there is Nkomach Primary School, which is in very bad state, and the poor are suffering than the government, than the rich. Again, in healthy services, the poor are the ones who are suffering, going to the hospitals that do not have proper facilities, the hospitals that do not have X-ray machines, the hospitals that do not have medicine. While the rich are getting their medical attention at private hospitals, and some of the rich people, they don't even attend their medical attention from inside the country. They would send their children or their families outside the country to attend good medical attention. We have seen many instances where people are marching in our roads just to raise funds so that someone from a poor family can have a good medical attention, let's say in India. Why? Because our countries are failing to provide good medical attention at the government hospitals. So when we talked about devaluation, it is the country that suffers, and it is the poor who are suffering. When the prices of goods are high, who do you think will suffer? The poor. Many of the poor families in my country, for example, Malawi, they depend on hand-to-mouth businesses. So they will hustle just to get food. They will hustle just to get 15,000 kwacha for lentils. They will hustle just to get a single pair of shoes. While the rich, they are working, and many of the rich people are the ones who are involved in these corrupt practices when the debts are in or when the country owes loan. So whatever we are doing, whatever the external debts that we are owing, it is not the rich who suffer, but it is the masses of voiceless Africans who are struggling with poverty on the ground, who are suffering. It is not for the government officials who suffer, but it is the voiceless Africans who do not have quality medical attention, who do not have quality protection when it comes to security. It is the masses of women who are suffering from the rural areas, traveling to just access medical attention. It is the farmers, the smallholder farmers in our villages who are suffering to buy a single bag of fertilizer. So when the African countries are owing huge debts, it is the poor who suffer than the rich. Thank you.
That's an amazing remark right there from Rachel. Just to echo a little bit, that it is the poor that suffer more than the rich. Why? Because the poor have to use their already limited resources to cater for expenses in institutions that have been privatized. And by the way, for us to privatize these institutions, it's always a prescription from World Bank as well as IMF. I remember in Malawi some years ago, we used to have free schools, free medical attention, but because IMF and World Bank came in and some of these institutions were privatized, these prescriptions now forced poor Malawians to be using their already limited resources. So yes, it is IMF and World Bank's problem. Moving forward to Victoria. Rather, let's move to Tendai first. Have you ever seen a time when your school or health center didn't have something important like books, desk, or medicine? How did that make you feel?
Okay, thank you once again, Madam Moderator. Yes, I have experienced that. For example, I can give an example of myself. When I was in primary school, our school, which is Chikondi, that time we did not even have a borehole, whereby as children, we used to go to a certain secondary school, which was very far away in order to collect water. And in that case, that was very bad for us children, because when we go there to collect the water, our friends in our classes, they are still continuing with their lessons. As a result, we miss some of the lessons and then fail the exams. And I can also give you a practical example. There is this school in our area, which is in Komach. The infrastructures are very in bad conditions. And other learners still used to learn under trees. And there is this year when there was bad winds, whereby 2 children had to lose their lives when they were learning under the trees, because the big tree fell when the children were learning there, which was very sad. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you very much. Once again, can we have a moment of silence for those 2 children that lost their lives on that fateful day? Thank you very much. So moving on to Whitehead. We all have rights as children: right to education, right to health, right to protection. Do you think government debt makes it harder for us as children to enjoy these rights? If yes, why do you think so?
Thank you, Madam Moderator, for giving me this opportunity once again. Yes, government debt potentially makes it harder for us children to enjoy our lives. This is because the government is prioritizing more in paying debt than investing on us children. For example, in education, there's just funding in the education sector. This has resulted the government to fail to recruit more teachers. For example, here in Malawi, we have a qualified pupil-teacher ratio, which is 1 to 60 per class. But if we can have a clear look here in Malawi, in most cases, one class, a teacher used to teach children up to 140 to 120 learners, which is not good. This bears witness that education here in Malawi is very poor. Let me also go to health sector. There is increase of out-pocket expenses for families, making health care less affordable. In most cases, here in our country, Malawi, and more especially in Mzimba South, when we go to hospitals for government, they refer us to private hospitals. They say that we don't have medicines here. So go to private hospitals, even to the pharmacies, so that you can buy these medicines, which is not good. So it's indeed that we are not enjoying our lives, Madam Moderator.
Thank you very much, Whitehead. I'm imagining somebody, a poor man who is already struggling to feed his family. Now he goes to the hospital with a sick child, and now all hoping for help from a government. It's supposed to be government and free institution, only to be told that, well, go buy. And he has to strain his already limited resources to buy drugs. Very unfortunate. Moving on to Victoria. So for your information, this session is being streamed, this event is being streamed. So most probably we do have leaders out there. The IMF could be watching, World Bank could be watching, and also suppose they were here right with us. What is it that you would actually tell them?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, for the very interesting question, I must say. And actually, some of you might be wondering why I started smiling before starting the question. It's because it would be really amazing having the IMF leaders here listening to this panel discussion, and it's my sincere hope indeed that out there they are having a chance of listening to this panel discussion. Now coming to your question, I would respond in this manner. I would not really have so much to tell the IMF leaders, but rather I would just love and appreciate having some, posing some questions and some reflections into their minds, since they are the ones that sit at the top of the implementation and the disbursement of these loans. I would love them to imagine in their heads as parents, to say that as a parent, when you have more than one child, when you have, for example, 2 or 3 children, it's wise to actually treat them equal. In terms of resources, you would give them equally. If you're giving them slices of bread, for example, you would give each one, for example, 2 pieces each. So, from my understanding as a young person, I would also love to also see the same happening with the African countries like Malawi, having that equal share of the resources that are there. Why am I saying this? When we look at the loans that are dispersed, most of the times, we, the African countries, we get higher interest rates, as already pointed out yesterday, whilst our friends from the global north, they're getting lesser interest rates. I mean, how fair is that? I would want and love to understand from their perspective, how fair is it? And looking at the situation, actually, we are more disadvantaged because we are economies that are struggling, that are growing, unlike them that are already grown. I mean, how equal is that? How are we really enjoying the so-called human rights that all of us ought to be enjoying? Nobody ought to take those rights, but in this case, due to these loans, due to these huge interests, we are always being put at a disadvantage, constantly widening the inequality gap that seems not to be closed. And at the same time, I would love to understand from their perspective. I would love to also just share with them that it would be really amazing and nice that African countries get to be freed from these debts, from these sharks that constantly are at our necks, instead of us focusing on the basic needs that us as young people, as children, ought to have. We are being snatched off. We would love that they focus on giving us that freedom. For example, giving us, as Malawi, for example, forgiving us our debts, and other African countries forgiving us our debts, so that we can focus on the nitty-gritty little things that really would take us to the freedom that we want, where we get to be developed, where we get to be children who would enjoy education freely, access healthy services freely. Those are the things that I would really love to converse with them. And if they're indeed out there listening to this conversation, it would be really interesting that they would reflect on these things.
Great, one more. Imagine Madame there. She is the CEO of World Bank, and you just want to tell her one sentence, one phrase, facing her. What would be that sentence, that one phrase?
Quite interesting. I'm a person of so many words. That's quite interesting. One thing I would just say is, I want to enjoy my rights freely, just like a young person, just like a child in the global south, in the global north.
Thank you very much. I want to be a child just like any other child elsewhere. Moving on to the whole team. Imagine debt was cancelled today. Yesterday there were amazing suggestions. Let debt be cancelled, or let's just do away with this IMF or World Bank. But then now, imagining that debt was cancelled today, what would be the first thing that you would want the government of Malawi and governments across Africa to do, particularly for children? The first things. Yeah, I can start with Whitehead, and then we move.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, for giving me this opportunity again to answer the question which you have asked. First of all, I can request the governments of Africa that they should prioritize investing in children, because we are leaders of today and leaders of tomorrow. So if they are going to prioritize on children interest like education, that means we will be educated, and automatically the future of the Africa will be great. That's it.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. And what I can ask the government is that they should increase fundings for schools in order to improve infrastructures, as well as providing more and accessible resources such as the books for children, and also teacher training to enhance quality education. Thank you.
From me, I would love the African governments to increase funding to social protection services that encompasses a lot of issues that affect children. Issues to talk about children marriages, issues about child labor, issues about poverty, food security. So I would like African government to take a look at that, because recently we have experienced an increase in the percentage of children who are dropping out of school because of teenage pregnancies, because of early marriages. So I would love the African government to take a look and increase allocation of those resources towards social protection services.
Yes. For me, I would say more resources ought to be allocated to the healthy sector, because as a child, if I'm not healthy, if my mind is starved of the necessary nutrients that it needs for me to grow, I don't think I would be productive. I don't think my intelligence would be properly harnessed. So I would advise the African governments, if the dates were cancelled today, to start focusing more on our well-being, our physical and mental well-being.
Thank you very much. The final question, I want to first pose it to the audience by the show of hands. Before now the children reflect on that one, I want to pose it to the audience by the show of hands. How many of us would gladly claim that we are living our dream? When we were children, we had different dreams, beautiful dreams. How many of us, by a show of hands, we can say that I am living my dream? Wow. Not even a single hand? Sorry? Myself? No, I don't have my hand up. Yeah, so this is a reflection of the current situation that we are in. So back to you, esteemed panelists. What is your dream for your children, and what is it that you would want each one of us, including NGOs, the government, and every stakeholder that is involved, to do to ensure that all our dreams, or the dreams of children in Malawi and across Africa, should actually materialize? So I can also start with you, Victoria, and then we move to Whitehead.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. One thing that I would recommend, looking at how the dates affect us as children of Africa, specifically, for example, as Malawi, one thing that I would recommend that should be done by different stakeholders, as you've already pointed out, is that the resources that we have, or even at all we are compelled to enter into dates, the money and the resources that we get should be allocated to the prioritized areas. By this I mean that when we look at the IMF dates and their conditions, most of the times they force us to focus on other things that are not really the basic needs that we want, or the things that would help us move out of our difficult situations. For example, if these resources are there, we need to focus on the main areas. For example, as Africa, we are moving with the Agenda 2063, of which Malawi also adopted the same. And if you look at the Malawi 2063 agenda, it's youth-centric. So if we are being deprived of resources through these dates and everything, at the end of the day, I feel like we miss the whole essence of setting priorities. So when we set priorities, I'm appealing to the government, to the different stakeholders that ensures children's rights that are fulfilled, that the focus should be allocating resources to the priorities like the 2063 agenda that will ensure children enjoy their rights, and we're going to be free by the time we reach 2063, that we're going to have a place that is productive for us and not be busy repaying debts that we did not even understand or were not even there when they were being taken.
Maybe before Rachel you come in, thank you, Victoria, for that. Imagining you're seeing a child, or even yourself, and you feel like you're being deprived of your rights as a child. What's the dream like? How do you dream of that particular child? What's the future like? What's the future that you envision for that particular child and yourself?
It is my dream that every child in Africa should live by the dreams they had dreamed of while they were young. It is not guaranteed that we are going to live by the dreams, but if Africa is conducive, the children will be shaped from the little ones, and they'll be growing already shaped from the younger hearts that they had, and they would adapt to the conditions. So from my perspective, I would like the government in Africa, the NGOs, and all stakeholders to speak with one voice. Speaking with one voice, it's not only going to take an action, like the action to action to involve the legal framework, or action to do like demonstrations, no. But speaking with one voice, it can be, for example, the NGOs across Africa, the political parties across Africa. It is our job, it is our duty to assess the debt policies investigated or that have not been quite assessed. So it is the job of us, the NGOs, the African governments, to assess those debt policies. Do not just look at from a shallow point of view, but you should look at a deeper point of view. Like, what are those conditions going to have an impact on children? Today, we are suffering the impact of debts that were owed before some of us even existed. We are suffering the impact of debt that were owed when you were young, when you, our adults, were young, but we're still suffering today. So it is our job, and it is everyone's job, like the NGOs, to assess those debt policies and to assess those conditions. And we can speak with one voice. If we do not like the conditions, we can quit. Who is going to take us to court because we have quit their debt? No. We can speak with one voice in all the things that we can do. So it is Africans uniting to speak with one voice. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My recommendation is that the government officials should be held accountable, and there should also be transparency. For example, they have taken a loan for a certain project like irrigation, and then after some time there's nothing to be heard from the project, which means that corruption has been done there. So the government officials, they should be held accountable on how they are allocating the funds which they took from the debts of the IMF. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My dream is that in the near future, we should have a self-reliant Africa. This can happen when the governments across Africa can include us children in decision-making when getting debt. If this, they should do this because those debts which our countries are getting now, they are going to affect us in the future, and possibly we'll be the ones refunding those monies. So the government should include us in decision making when they are getting debts, and they should also invest in us children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, in summary, a self-reliant Africa is possible. And to each one of us, it is possible to say no where necessary. Somebody said in a jokingly way to say that no is also a statement. So, we can say no to prescriptions that we feel that they are a disadvantage to African countries.
And with that, thank you very much for being a part of this important child-led discussion. And today we did not speak as future leaders, but we spoke as the children that are currently facing the impacts of debts in Malawi as well as across Africa. So debt isn't just about the numbers or the money, it's about children missing school, children dropping out of school, families going without food, lives which would have been saved if they had proper medical attention and proper medical supplies. So we believe that children should be at the center of decisions about our country and our future. We ask our leaders to listen, to act with justice, and to put children first, not last, when making choices about money and debt. So investing in children is not a favor. They are not doing us any favor. It is a responsibility and a strategic move for the economy in the future. So let's make this a beginning of a new conversation where children are held and change is possible. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Asante sana, tatenda. Shukrani sana, ziko mwambili.
Wow, wow, wow. Please clap for them again. That was very powerful. One thing that I took out from that session is a child saying that I want to be a child just like any other child. That is very powerful. That is a child who knows that they are not living their best lives because the country has a lot of debt to pay. And this is very concerning. This should be very concerning for every African citizen. This should be very concerning to the global north, to the global south, that our children know that they are not living the lives that children should live. Our next session will be introduced by Mike, but once again, we'll say Viva Africa, Viva! Viva Africa, Viva! Viva Kenya, Viva! Viva South Africa, Viva! Viva Nigeria, Viva! All right, we clap for our children again. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you so much. Mike?
Thank you very much. The next session, I'm looking at the time. We might not do justice if we do it now. It's a very important conversation, just as we have had with our children, touching on a very important issues to do with debt and elections. So I propose we break for lunch now. It's already to 1. So we can break for lunch now and convene at 1:30 so that we partake that discussion. Is that a fair proposal? Yes, Madam, you wanted to say something.
I thought we just had tea break. I thought we just had tea break.
Oh, okay. All right, there's that we can proceed for the next 40 minutes or 1 hour, and then we break for lunch because we are just coming from tea break. Can I have consensus? Yeah, that hand, can you?
Yes, this hand, just want to comment on what my fellow children were speaking.
Excuse me, we would want to agree first whether we proceed or we break for lunch, then we can pose a way forward. We proceed. Great. Majority are of the view that we proceed with the next panel of discussion that will center around issues of elections and public debt. My sister will take plenary after the next panel. We'll combine the plenary with the panel that is coming. Apologies for that. So, ushering us into this panel of discussion will be Dalitso Kubalasa. He's going to be the anchor of the panel of discussion. So let me invite Dalitso to the podium. A big round of applause as Dalitso is walking to the plant. So the panelists for this panel are Mr. Mavuto Bamusi. I don't think I need to introduce Mavuto as well. So Mavuto Bamus, a round of applause as he walks to the front. And Mr. Napio from the National Initiative for Civic Education in Malawi. Mr. Napio. And this is a Pan-African discussion. It's not just for Malawi. We would also want to hear experiences from other African countries. For that reason, let me invite Madam Obi from Nigeria. A big round of applause for Madam Obi from Nigeria. And our last panelist for this discussion is no other than Honorable Dr. Shabalala. A big round of applause as Dr. Shabalala is also taking to the front. Thank you so very much. I hand over to the anchor, Dalitso Kubalasa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike. Can I respectfully ask you to give my panel another big round of applause? You agree with me, we have very rich experience on this table. And can I implore on you that you actively participate? Let's make the most of this panel discussion because the issues are so pertinent, as you heard what we've been discussing since yesterday until today. Debt is at the center of our livelihood, of our life. Welcome, my panel. I was given the liberty of giving a name for this discussion, panel discussion. I didn't discuss with anybody, so I'm proposing that this is the name. The title of the panel discussion that I coined was Ballots, Borrowing, and the Future, Making Public Debt a People's Agenda. So I'm told we've been given 60 minutes, 1 hour, and I would want as much as possible for us to make the most of these 60 minutes. And I'm intending to give the 40 minutes to the discussions, and then maybe we'll see how it goes, and then we can have the rest for some interactive conversations. But to start us off, I think like we've heard since yesterday, like we know, because we know public debt, I'm not speaking to strangers, we are already there converted. Africa's debt is rising, and the public debt in our countries has been rising. For Malawi, we just heard yesterday, I think from the chief economist, from the Minister of Finance, who was talking about the public debt being in the ranges of 86% of GDP, but I know it could be more. We should be hitting 90% of GDP. That's very, very scary. Sustainable debt, they talk of 60% of GDP. Looking at the various statistics, I hear my honorable here will confirm about South Africa, but I think it should be in the ranges of 75% and above of GDP. Nigeria I think she also confirmed, I think over 55% and above. Kenya, 69.9% or thereabout. I hear Sudan, 252% of GDP or thereabout. You know what that means. Botswana, I think they were talking of 31% of GDP or thereabout, but it's rising. The point is Africa's debt is rising, but ironically, the silence, the cost of silence on debt, what is happening with debt, the cost of silence is also rising as well. Now, despite the growing risks of unsustainable borrowing, debt rarely features prominently on electoral agendas across the continent. I know for sure in Malawi, I can confidently say debt rarely features on the political agendas, the electoral agendas in Malawi. I can confirm that. My panel will confirm, I think, for the rest, for the continent. So that's the irony that this panel wants to debunk or wants to unpack so that maybe we can do something about that, because there are consequences and implications for that. Debt is treated as a technical issue. Debt is treated as a technical issue that is best left to post-election crises and international financiers. Well, debt, who am I to talk about debt? Maybe let's leave it to the IMF. Let's leave it to the World Bank. Let's leave it to the donors and whatever. Not even Parliament sometimes is comfortable talking about debt. So this is still part of the irony, and this is still part of why maybe it's not being made as an agenda. But this public debt is a people's issue. It affects every classroom. We've heard from our witnesses. It affects every hospital. We've heard of what happens. We know. It affects every jobless youth, everyone looking for a job or a livelihood. Debt is affecting all of us. So this panel discussion, in these 60 minutes, we would want to focus on public debt. How do we make it to be at the center of the electoral agenda? So we would want, with this rich panel, rich of experience, we would want to together reframe responsible borrowing and public debt management as a proactive, as a people-centered electoral issue. One that political parties, citizens, oversight institutions, you name them, they can no longer afford to ignore. Here in Malawi, we're going to the polls on the 16th of September. How do we make public debt an electoral agenda from today going forward until we vote? I don't know which other country is going next in the elections in the region, but you know them. So let's make public debt to be at the center of the electoral agenda. So I coined some 4 objectives for this session, and my panelists take note of these objectives, because I think as you are making your own contributions, you'll be touching on these. So the first one is, I would want us to, we would want this session to help us unpack why debt and borrowing should be a part of a national election discourse and manifestos. We hear a lot of manifestos, but immediately after the elections, nobody knows or hears or is interested to trace what is happening to those manifestos. So we would want to unpack why debt and borrowing should be a part of the election discourse and manifestos. The second one, quickly, we would want to demystify the economic and governance implications of public debt in simple and relatable language. I think we've been hearing all of that. So that will be touched upon, because that's at the center of making this an agenda. And then we would want to spotlight practical African-born approaches to debt transparency, fiscal responsibility, and citizen oversight. We don't want this silence because we are seeing the cost of silence increasing every day, and we can no longer afford just to keep quiet. So we would want to spotlight practical approaches to debt transparency, to fiscal responsibility. Whoever is responsible for the public debt, we want that. We want to be seeing that. And finally, the citizen oversight. You and I, we have a responsibility. If we keep quiet, we will suffer in silence. Finally, I would want us to generate a call to action or some guiding principles that can be adapted as we move forward out of this tribunal, out of this meeting. Maybe we could have some civic campaigns. That's why we have, I'm glad we have the National Initiative for Civic Education. We have all of us. How can we adapt this call to action for the civic campaigns or even policy dialogues, meaningful policy dialogues across African contexts? So that's the panel discussion. That's the session that we have. I will now keep quiet because I would want now to focus now on my panelists. I don't know who would want to go first, but I would want us now to see our panelists share something, you know, from their vast experience about managing debt while delivering on electoral promises. Is it possible? Maybe we start with you, Mr. Bamusi.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me address fellow Malawians that are gathered in here. And I'll ask you a question. How many of you have registered to vote? Could you raise your hands? Thank you. Quite a good number. And how many of you are ready to wake up in the morning, queue at 6 o'clock to cast your vote? All right, so some hands have gotten lost. There are, my one issue that I want to point out right now, just for a minute, is the issues of apathy. And that let not the absence of debt issues on this particular campaign be the reason why you are not going to vote. And that too is my expectation from this panel discussion, in that I think we should be looking forward to a general election on 16 September, which is going to address the pertinent issues which the moderator has highlighted. Sadly, very sadly, in many of our African politics, elections is just a way of removing one set of thieves and replacing it with another set of thieves. And I am sure that is what you and I are expecting is going to happen on 16 September. That in Malawi, and indeed in any other African country, elections should not be a way of replacing one band of borrowers and then replace it with another band of borrowers that simply borrow without a good thought for that reason. Thank you for now.
Thank you very much. Voter apathy, obsession with removing a set of thieves, nothing about doing something about the debt. Let's come to you, ma'am. Your observations, insights. Is it possible to manage debt while delivering on electoral promises? But you can touch on that and any insights that you want to start with.
Thank you. I long resigned myself to the fact that either society is mad and I am sane, or I am sane and society is mad. But I am not on the same wavelength with society, I know that. So if what I'm going to say makes you think I'm insane, welcome to my world. I don't know, can you be a surgeon and avoid operating on people? Is the question I'm asking. Can you be a nurse and avoid injecting people? If we go and we adopt neoliberalism as an economic system, and then we sit here instead of having lunch, and we want to deliberate if we can avoid debt within a neoliberal system, that's like sitting here and deliberating about a nurse who wants to spend her 60-year career in nursing not having injected a single individual. I'm not sure if that's possible, because it is embedded within a neoliberal economy that you will live on debt. Because as I said yesterday, neoliberalism says any government, I mean, because of international racism, it becomes worse for African governments. But neoliberalism works the same in the world. Any government is nothing but a post office between the voters and capital. It is not governments that run the show, it is capital. In South Africa, we actually coined a very nice name for it. We call it white monopoly capital. And the Chinese have joined, so I think we should say white/China. Because those are the people who pay for the election campaign. Those are the people whose money fly in black bags during elections. It is the money, I mean, this corruption starts at the branch level of a political party, citizens, where the chairperson should endorse you and not endorse me as the MP going to parliament. And if you have more money, you will buy the chairperson who will take a bulk of that money and use trickles of it to buy the branch, and my name emerges. So the whole process is flawed and unclean and just smells of money that is external and not African. Now, I really have a question. How do you turn rotting meat that's in your fridge into fresh meat? How do you do that? You need to throw it away and go and get fresh meat. So I think for me, we are discussing, we are miscommunicating, because we are not actually saying what is the root. We are discussing the leaves and the bark and the fruit and the rain that did not water this tree, but we are not talking about the roots of this tree truly, which is the system itself. It is embedded within neoliberalism, which we have called neocolonialism, that you will open up your economy, which is liberalization. And immediately you open up your economy, it means your local industry is going to die. That's why we call it deindustrialization, because it will not compete with the incoming transnational, multinational cooperations. It will just not compete. They've been doing this from 1400. We are just coming into this in 1957 when Ghana gained the so-called independence. So, and after you've done that, you will devalue your currency, people. It is embedded. It is not possible. My sister from Nigeria will tell you, in 1976, the Naira was also 1-to-1 with the dollar, and I'm tired of citing these examples. Our currency was this to the dollar, our currency was this. So what has happened in between? We have embraced neoliberalism. Now we are like mad people sitting in an asylum where the doctor has prescribed that you are past psychology, you need psychiatry, but we are discussing, should I take the drugs? Should I not take the drugs? You are in a mental asylum, we are here to take the drugs, because that's what the doctor has prescribed. So I think I'll leave it there with these opening remarks. I mean, are we so dumb? A continent of 1.7 billion people cannot come together and say what is the alternative to neoliberalism. It serves Europe, as I said, because of international racism. Even if their governments are post office between people and capital, but these organizations have made sure the G20, EOCD, all these side organizations that operate outside of the UN, the Security Council itself, they've made sure that there's survival there. For us, we get the crumbs of the crumbs. Please understand, life has become worse even in Europe. It is embedded within neoliberalism that it will be defunct. I don't agree with Karl Marx, but on that one point I agree. Capitalism is embedded within itself to rot from time to time. It is cyclic. It has moments of up and moments of down. We are in a down. And now, if you are moving from a kwacha that was devalued or from a rand that is now 1 to 18, if you are moving from minus like us, that down affects you even more than it affects Europe. So if anybody should spit on capitalism, it is Africans more than Europeans and anybody else, because it affects us the West because of international racism. I think I will leave it there.
Thank you very much. Before I go to Ma'am here in Nigeria, I would want us to, maybe let me give you another minute to, we are talking about the elections, where we give the mandate to these people who should govern, because not all of us can be managing and directing the affairs of our governments. That's why we go into the elections. Yes, we are miscommunicating. Yes, we are not talking about the roots and the problems. Now, in the context of these elections, what should we be saying as we are giving the mandate to these people? Is there anything that you can say to that as your starting point, as your starting post, or you want to think about that as I give Ma'am for her own opening remarks?
No, it's not that I have nothing to say. It's if after I've said this, I'll be able to leave Lilongwe tomorrow for Johannesburg. It's not that I have nothing to say. I have a lot to say. The concern is, will I leave Lilongwe tomorrow? If I was Malawian, for instance, you guys moved. You were the first African country to move your capital to Jerusalem, which means your government is in bed with Jewish money. Now, external money is dirty, but Jewish money is like triple dirty because they run the banking system. Jews don't care about anybody but Jews. They care about their own survival. Now, it means already before you even go to elections, you know where your money that's running these elections is coming from. You already know that up front. Now, are you going to ask for transparency? We started it in South Africa. Surprise, surprise, it's the ANC and the DA in bed that turned around and we're trying to block it, but the discussion is still on for us. You need to start asking the parties that are contesting, sorry, we need to see the balance of payments. Who's funding you? Because we know that we are Malawians, we are all poor, we are scrambling, the kwacha is down. So where's the money coming from? To put a billboard. Do you know how much is a billboard that we put on the main roads? Politicians, I don't think people are aware. It runs, for us in South Africa, that runs into millions of rands to keep it there for a month. So when you drive on the N1, this billboard is just looking at you. So I think for me, that would be the immediate tangible thing. Can we know who are the funders? Because after elections, it is the funders who will dictate the program. So make them transparent, please. Let's know them so we know who's controlling us.
Thank you very much, Ma'am. Capitalists are the ones in charge, and those are the drivers of the neoliberalist agenda. Thank you. Let's move to you. What would you want to start with as we are unpacking our conversation?
Thank you very much, moderator, and it's been really great to be here in an intergenerational environment. This is a Pan-African meeting. And so when I woke up this morning, all I could think about is Rachel, who spoke yesterday. Because in 2007, Rachel was not born. Am I right? Because she's 17. And I was in a meeting on debt audit in Nairobi, Kenya, when the issue of Malawian debt was mentioned, the fact sheet, and I'm happy that a Malawian raised it this morning, the 5 million, which was borrowed by Malawi. That fact sheet was delivered in that meeting. And the issue was, Malawi borrowed 5 million to build a bridge. What bridge is it? Do the citizens know? What bridge is it? Because politicians can build bridges where there is no river. And so what is the manner in which debts are taken that needs to be questioned. How much did they give? And who was it given to? And what was it given for? In that 5 million, as at the time that this issue was being discussed in 2007, already the debt had been sold to another. You know, you borrow and then they sell the debt to another. It was sold to another private entity for $15 million. As at the time we were in that meeting, the organization now had sued the Malawian government for $55 million. Ladies and gentlemen, like I said yesterday, they came in quietly to your country to negotiate and enslave you right there. They are no longer moving out. And so this is 2025. Has that debt been paid? How much is it now? If in 2007, the debt was $55 million. I'm just bringing us how important it is for each and every one of you who is seated today on the cost of silence, why you are doing nothing. And that's why for me, coming into the meeting this morning, I said, we are Pan-Africanists. What have we said about the young man who was killed in the jail, in Kenyan jail? He is a Pan-Africanist. The voices, we are now a global village. Whatever happens in Kenya, so my heart goes out to Kenyans. We watch everything. Whatever is happening in Kenya, we are catching it in Nigeria. They are catching it in Malawi. In all of it, what are our voices? You all have embassies in your countries. Did you protest to the Kenyan, embassy about the murder, cold murder, you will say? Because how can somebody die in your protection? They must be sued. There must be a fight. And so when my heart goes up back to Rachel, I am thinking, what did we do between 2007 and now to have protected her? And so by another 40 years, Rachel is going to be 57. What will she have seen? And so the cost of silence is very, very expensive. So the first thing that I think, even when you want to engage the politicians, the first thing that you do is to understand and have your evidence. Do you even understand the debts? Now, do you have the current debts in details? What debt has been taken by the Malawian government, and what is it for? And then understand where. So we must gauge her future before she was born. So what do you think will happen to those who have not been born? And I just want to, say the cost of silence, the issue of corruption. Corruption is a very, very serious thing. And what is happening to the young people in Africa, the youth bulge today? Africans, many Africans, and I also take that whatever decisions that we are taking in election. I'm also, in the 2023 general election in Nigeria, I was the convener of the Nigerian Civil Society Situation Room. So I led the civil society in Nigeria to that election. With all of the things that we did, only about 27% of the population went to the polls, eventually, which means the lack of trust in government, like my colleague said. You are taking from one thief to the other, so you don't know who to vote for again. The best thing is just stay out of the poll. But your vote must be made to count. It's very, very important that the voter apathy that we are experiencing today should count. And my heart goes out because the issue of the debt we are talking about, I was a president of the Students' Union government in my, in 1989-90, as a young African. We fought against the policies that is now drowning all of us. So you cannot sit still and pretend. So I was a senator of the National Association of Nigerian Students, and we fought across the country. But what I'm also seeing is that Pan-Africanism is going down. The spirit of Pan-Africanism is going down. We need to wake up, because Africa must stay alive. You must pull your head above water. You must learn to swim. If not, we are all going to be drowned. We are being drowned. And they are planning, the imperialist environment, they are planning. So if we are not planning, if we are not organizing, yes, the level we have reached is a level of agonizing. But we cannot agonize. While fighting struggle for the military, I went to jail, I went to prison, I went to everything, but turn it around. Let me go to jail tomorrow. Now that I'm even a grandmother, I can go to jail, but my voice will not be taken. And I pray that it's not taken. But I want to advise that much as you have many corrupt politicians, there are still some Malawians that will not be bribed. They are still there, even in the civil service. Believe in yourself. Thank you.
There you have it. We cannot afford to agonize, no matter how tempting it might seem for us to just cry and throw our hands in the air. But we can't do that. And I think there are some good ones that we have to engage with and still turn around some of these things. My brother, what would be your starting perspectives as we engage in this conversation in the panel?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think there are 2 or 3 things that we can start with. One, there is a statement that is normally made by any new government. They will say that we have inherited a bankrupt government. That's a very common statement that we hear after elections. Secondly, I think we need to ask ourselves, why do we find ourselves in such a situation of debt? One of the answers could be we are not generating enough resources as a country, and perhaps the other answer would be a lot of resources are also being lost along the way through corruption and other ways. So as we get towards the elections, I'll mention 2 or 3 things. One, we have a duty as a nation. The 7,200,905 registered voters have a very important duty for this nation to make sure that on 16th September, they all go and exercise their right to vote, which is enshrined in Section 40 of our Constitution. It's about political rights. Now, coming back to the issue of why are we not generating enough wealth as a country, this, I think, should be the debate for all the candidates, from the grassroots, from the councillors, from the members of parliament, the presidents. This is where I think one of the things that we need to do now from this forum, maybe as a way forward, is also to drive an agenda into the political debates that will be taking place in this country, in all the 229 constituencies, as well as the presidential debates that will be taking place somewhere around August and September this year. And in that, we also need to see how much we are doing or what can be done practically by the candidates through their manifestos with regard to the Malawi 2063. We have a very brilliant blueprint as a nation that has 3 very important pillars: agricultural commercialization, agricultural productivity and commercialization, industrialization, and urbanization. If we are really serious and take that agenda from a practical angle, from right now as we are discussing, as the candidates are gearing up to start campaigning, we know they have already unofficially started campaigning, we need as Malawians to mobilize ourselves and see how best we can question them, how best we can put them on the spot so that we see that we have a different kind of dialogue with regard to what practical steps can be taken to make sure that the issue of debt is tackled in a practical way by ensuring that our productivity levels are enhanced as a nation. Let me stop there for the time being.
Thank you very much. We have a duty as voters. We have a duty as citizens. These manifestos, we need to follow them, we need to unpack them, and we need to hold them accountable. We heard Africa needs to rise up, Africa needs to wake up, or else we'll drown completely. And these capitalists, they don't have any sympathy. They would rather you be quiet, you be silent, you drown, and then they move on and make profits and make bonuses. Back to you. You started with this issue of the voter apathy and the obsession with removing sets of thieves. She contextualized that as lack of trust in the government. But we can't just give up because we don't trust them, because there's corruption. How do you want to come back having heard the different sets of perspective and arguments, after which we will need to have the call for action as we go forward?
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, comrades, I offer this suggestion to all of us in that if our elections are indeed to become credible, then we have to do away with one syndrome. And this syndrome is known as politics of the belly. The phrase politics of the belly is related to a technical word called kleptocracy. Kleptocracy is where thieves, like I said earlier on, are masquerading as leaders, as political leaders. But these are people whose primary interest is to steal, to plunder, to defraud, and to entrench systemic corruption. And sadly, by borrowing more and more money, much of the debts that are accumulating are simply financing projects running on corruption. Borrowing money to construct a road that will not even last 3 years. In a matter of time, that road develops potholes. They borrow money to construct a school or classroom blocks which will not last 2 years. Within 2 rainy seasons, the classroom blocks have collapsed. We had a situation, a case in Zomba, and some of you will remember, fellow Malawians in here, of a classroom block that collapsed on children in Zomba. That is pathetic. And some of these projects are benefiting from money on which there is borrowing on our shoulders. The debt burden is getting higher and higher, but only to benefit projects that are shorter. So for an election that is coming, this is the time for us to say no to kleptocracy, to say no to politics of the belly, and say no to this syndrome, which also happened in Kenya, known as it's our turn to eat. So why should every election be the turn of another group to eat? So the syndrome of tribal politics, putting people in positions, in political positions, simply because they belong to a particular tribe, is something which we must do aware in this coming election, and indeed in future elections. A simple question that I have to all of us and to international African colleagues that are familiar with Malawi is, do you know how many presidential candidates have collected nomination papers by last night? Do you know? How many people, how many presidential candidates have collected nomination papers? The answer is 11 by last night. And I'm sure that more are going to come. So we're going to have a ballot paper with so many individuals that are looking for their turn to eat. And I hope that amongst these 11, we don't have potential thieves that are looking for opportunities to borrow more on the domestic market. Because remember, there is also this incidence of domestic borrowing and domestic debt. is something which is biting Malawians so much as foreign debt. So when it comes to debt cancellation, it is problematic to achieve debt cancellation on domestic debt, because the rich banks that I mentioned yesterday will not agree to have the debts cancelled. The wealthy and rich people that go to the central bank, to the Reserve Bank of Malawi, to borrow money, to lend money to the government through treasury bills, bonds, and so on and so forth, will not agree for their money, for that particular debt to be cancelled. So this is a kind of cartel. And I'm, in answering your question, Mr. Moderator, my answer is that the ballot on 16 September in Malawi is an opportunity for all of us to hold each other's hands and do away with politics of the belly. There are going to be an increased number of MPs sitting in Malawi Parliament for the first time. And you know, let me remind each other, the number of seats in Malawi Parliament has now risen from how many? You are right. From 193 to what number? Now it's 229 MPs. I pray and I hope that we're not going to have 229 thieves sitting in Malawi Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I guess I've given my panel, I think, equal time. I gave Mr. Bamusi because I think he was generous. He left us with a few more minutes. Can I open up to the plenary for any questions? And as you think of what to add, I'm mindful of what Ma'am reminded us with. She kept in mind thinking about Rachel and the Rachels of Africa. Those who in 2007 or before that, they were not born. And some of them will be voting for the very first time, and they are in a majority. And this debt, would it be wrong to say it's the youth burden? The debt burden is a youth burden. Would it be wrong? What do we do about that? How should we make it a campaign issue going forward? Can I get your, by show of hands, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we'll start from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Straight to the point so that we can have as many as we can, and then we'll get our panelists to respond to them.
All right, my name is Austin Mumba from Malawi, representing Christian Youth Association. I have a question to Dr. Shabalala there. In Malawi, we have a law which mandates political parties to disclose their source of funding. That's the Political Parties Act. But what we have seen is non-compliance. If you engage a particular general secretary of a certain political party today, their source of funding, they'll say, is a well-wisher. We have seen parties assuming the lens of power, particularly Bloc, with no vehicle at all to help them during their campaign. But upon assuming the lens of power, you see an influx of vehicles along the roads in Malawi. So there was a question. This is the only time that we have that we can pin those guys, because they're sort of flexibility as we near the general election. Is there any modality that we can borrow maybe from SS perspective that we can corner these maybe so that they can disclose and at least to reduce the plunder on public resources? Another one, sorry, I'll be very quick. In the spirit of Pan-Africanism, I would like to cite an reflection about Uganda. Uganda was under sanction by both IMF and World Bank for over 10 years on the grounds of gross human rights abuse, particularly the minority rights. Right now, we have seen an announcement that aid is about to resume. Like all those hitmen are back just because Uganda announced that they have discovered other new mining minerals of Afro diamond and gold. So in the spirit of keeping Africa alive, Yoweri Museveni remains the Kaguta we have all know. Nothing has changed in as far as their pieces of legislation is concerned. But the hitmen are back just to continue with their capitalism. What advice could we offer to Uganda and us as we come back to Malawi as we're nearing to go to post? Thank you.
Thank you very much. There was a hand.
What was the question about Museveni?
Right. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak. I'll just get straight to it. I want to express a similar concern surrounding the notion of disseminating the issues and recommendations that we have been discussing here at the Africa International People's Tribunal. And specifically, as a Malawian, I would like to contextualize my view. And due to the upcoming elections on the 16th of September, alongside the election campaigns that are coming at us at full steam ahead, major issues like this that are being discussed here are usually overlooked, and the issues that usually gain traction are usually the promises and hopes that they give to the people, to specific people, constituencies, and areas. In fact, just like you have said, the same bridges and all that, they never come to become built just because of built on these fake promises. And my input here is more of a plea for the need of reassurance on how these matters will be spoken about on one of the most widely broadcasted stages in the political scene. I say mostly broadcasted because of the traction that the campaign processes usually receives. So please, I ask that the panel members and to those of us with the social capital to do so, to reassure us that we are not just pouring water into an empty bucket with a hole in it. Please, whilst enlightening us on how these issues will be addressed on the political stage, can you please enlighten us on how all of these will be done? Thank you. My name is Chibatso Bamusi, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, there was a hand, and then behind you, and then the final one there for this round. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'm a Portuguese speaking, sorry. Em primeiro lugar, gostaria de agradecer os nossos panelistas, em especial o nosso moderador. A questão fundamental que eu quero tocar é quando fala sobre a questão se a dívida é para os jovens ou não. Eu, na minha opinião, concordo que os mais sofredores são os jovens. Primeiro, eles têm um passado curto e um futuro longo. Todo o erro que se comete a curto prazo, o impacto é para o longo prazo. Os jovens vão sofrer problemas causados pelas pessoas que nem estarão em vida, mortos. Queria dizer o seguinte: a dívida em si, os governos africanos, em cada época, para manter o seu poder no lugar e conseguir ter dinheiro, eles mexem com as leis. E nós aqui estamos a falar sobre cancelamento de dívida. Por que não tratemos o problema de cancelamento das leis? Mantemos as leis africanas naturais e normal, como elas foram concebidas, e não permitir atualização de leis. Porque as leis atualizadas é que levam eles em cada ano continuar no mesmo lugar. Em Angola, a lei sobre endividamento público não pode passar 60% do produto bruto interno. Mas chega a um dado momento, eles criam outra lei, dizer que aquela lei era figurativo e não convinculativo. A lei é a mesma, mas mudaram um termo. Já não é vinculativo, mas é figurativo. Veja as coisas. Por que não fizemos as campanhas em manter as leis africanas, as constituições africanas, como elas foram concebidas? Quantos países africanos, que nós em Angola estamos na 5ª legislação, quer dizer, 5 em 5, 10 em 10, primeiras eleições em 1992. Ficaram lá em governação mais de 40 anos, muita geração que não conhece as eleições e chegam praticamente de 92 a 2012. É um problema sério. Esses jovens não sabem praticamente nada e são comovidos por simplesmente uma cerveja. Por que não cancelamos os contratos de importação de cerveja, que na verdade que reduz a mente dos jovens? Veja os nossos jovens como vestem, veja os nossos jovens como bebem, veja os nossos jovens como se engravidam, veja os nossos jovens como estão acesso a VIH-Sida. Que país que nós temos? Que África que nós temos? A minha proposta é, por favor, vamos trabalhar nas campanhas que levam as árvores a vestir e as pessoas ficarem em nudez. Compram tanta material de campanha para fazer vestir as árvores. E as pessoas ficam com nudez. Por que não levemos uma campanha dessa? Cancelar as novas leis, manter as antigas, e o material da campanha não pode ser vestida nas árvores, mas é que vão nas pessoas. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. I hope my panelists got the whole of that. My gadget here is very low, but I got the essence. Why can't we just cancel the loans and not just wait until they are the debts and then they are beyond the 60% of GDP mark, and we know we are now. So that's the point. I hope we got that. I think at some point you respond to that. Yes, sir, quickly, straight to the point, and then we'll have the final one, and then I'll give 2 minutes to my panelists to respond. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thanks so much. Mine is really just 2 quick questions. I think it's clear from the panelists that the debt issue in the context of elections is pertinent, but it's also a governance issue. I just want to ask the panel if politicians were to be here, what would you tell them in as far as the forthcoming elections are concerned? What would be your message to them? Secondly, just to learn from South Africa and Nigeria, in terms of the legal frameworks which are in place that help to ensure that your respective countries are transparent but also accountable in as far as ensuring a procurement of debts is concerned, procurement but also management of the debt is concerned. I just want to learn what kind of legal frameworks are in place in those 2 countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Finally, yes, sir.
Okay, my comment will be this. For us to reduce our debt when considering elections and the leaders who are coming, the elections that are forthcoming in most African countries, let us first look at the presidents and the public officials that were there. How did they use their money? How did they use the loans that they borrowed? One, if we normalize prosecuting the people who have the tendency of borrowing loans and those loans do not serve the people of their country, then we will have a scenario where it acts as a deterrence to the other governments that are coming in place, so that they know that if they borrow money and they don't use it correctly, or there is any money missing, then they will be prosecuted as soon as they leave office, and they will go to, or those, whatever they did with that money, their properties will be sold so that the country gets the money that they stole from the people. When that happens, when we have that culture as a continent, then we'll have a deterrent for anyone who wants to run for office, not to see office as a place where it's my turn to eat the public money. It's my turn to borrow money and say we are going to eat it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the brilliant questions and comments. My panelist has taken note of all of them, beginning with this one. How can we send a message as a deterrent? We need to go after them, get them prosecuted with our tribunals and follow through so that the message is sent. That's the first one. You comment on that. There was an issue of the debt contraction and debt management. How is it being done? What more can we share? Part of the shared learning. What is working? Maybe what is not working? I think you could touch on that. What would you ask the politicians if they were to be here? We've heard of the 11 that have so far taken the nomination forms. They want to run for presidency of this country. What would you tell them, in the context of what we are discussing? The other one was, as highlighted by my colleague, why don't we just talk of cancelling the loans and do everything possible in our powers to make sure the loans are cancelled before we wait until, it's too late. The promise-centric campaigns, we've seen them, they continue year in, year out. Promises, 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 beautiful manifestos, nothing gets done. A plea to you, how should you make sure that the promises are really followed to the letter? What would you say as practical approaches for colleagues to follow through? There was a question on Uganda. The stance on Uganda, I think, was what used to happen. Uganda was a no-go zone in terms of the donors, the capitalists. But suddenly, because there was a recent discovery of minerals, suddenly all the capitalists are flocking there. Suddenly it's a go zone from a no-go zone. I think that was, something that they wanted you to comment on in the context of the Pan-Africanism. Source of funding versus non-compliance. The poor we see them, they were very poor before they get into the office. Then suddenly, they are trillionaires because they got into the office. How could we counter this? And I think there was a specific question to learn from what is happening in South Africa. So I will just give this to you, whoever feels like taking any. You want to start? Yes, you start, Mark.
Yeah, I think there were two questions from that side and this side that was asking about laws in South Africa that Malawians can use to ensure that there's responsible borrowing. I don't want to be sucked into that, with due respect, because when I do that with you, I'll be trying to tell you that no, the debt situation in South Africa is okay. I mean, we are not counted amongst the countries that are in the red zone in terms of debt defaulting, but we are borrowing too. I don't think you hear me. It is embedded within neoliberalism that you will borrow money. The American government is the most indebted of all of us, in case you're not aware. Trillions of dollars in debt. The only difference between America and Malawi is what I said is international racism. They will not punish the US government for trillions of dollars of debt, but they will punish you because the system is intended to reap benefits from Africa. So I don't think we should be comparing who's paying debts better of the 54 countries, who's doing better. I agree with my comrade from Angola. We actually need to come together to say we are not paying. But the same question he asked, why are we not prosecuting the people who have done wrong, is the same reason why we can't come together and cancel debt, because Pan-Africanism is dying. My sister is right. We will not come together as Africans. Some president will be bought. I mean, Mobutu Sese Seko bankrupted DRC, literally. He even changed the prayer, Our Father, to put himself in that prayer. He was the Our Father of Zaire. But when he was supposed to be prosecuted, he found a place in Africa that housed him until he died in decency. Blaise Compaoré is being housed next door. He killed Sankara like a dog. But Ivorians are housing him away from prosecution by Burkina Faso. So we are not prosecuting because they will find a neighboring country. Some sellout somewhere of a president in Africa will say, come stay in my country. And all of that is happening because for me, it is embedded within the capitalist system truly to make us these self-centered individuals and these people who lust for money to a point where Pan-Africanism as a doctrine is dying. It is a fact. As Africans, we've become divided. When Americans campaign, they want to know what's the foreign policy. In our campaigns, we don't even talk about foreign policy. We don't even ask the parties what will be your foreign policy. And then they come into power and then they start embracing the enemy. They come into power and they say, oh, Blaise Compaoré can come and live in Lilongwe. You can't say no because you never ask them what's your foreign policy. What's your stance on this and this and this? So I think honestly, for me, I don't want to be sucked into telling you, oh, South Africa is doing better. The rent, I actually can tell you now. The only reason, and I've said this in numerous platforms, the only reason the rent is doing better is because of the presence of that white settler population that is in South Africa. That's one. Because they will not subject them to poverty, which is the same reason, even if America is in debt, they will not punish America because of whiteness. Two, the only reason the rent is doing better is because Anglo-American money is what's invested there. So they will not allow it to go to rot because if the rand wakes up being 1 to 5,000 to $1, it affects their own investment. It is the only reason. But we are not better than anybody. We are a government that has embraced neoliberalism just like any government. And we have to fight for accountability. It doesn't come natural because it's embedded within the system. So thanks for the opportunity.
Ma'am?
Thank you very much. We talk about the leaders. What about ourselves as citizens? Are we going to be leaders someday? If you are given the opportunity to lead, will you be able to hold your head above the water? Are we going to just continue to stay and watch, or you too need to organize and go into politics? Because when you leave it to them and they don't know what to do, the crisis will continue. The issue of unity, I want to just roll out a few points. The issue of unity is very, very important. Any dedicated leader that you find in Africa is an endangered species. And the neo-colonial and the imperialists will go after that person. And so we must rise to protect someone like Ibrahim Traoré. That's a great son of Africa. As my sister will say, new fragrance. We must protect them because the old times, that's why I say the spirit of Pan-Africanism. People like Patrice Lumumba, broad daylight were taken and killed. A great son of Africa and many other African leaders. Can we protect the ones we have now? And that's why organizing at the Pan-African level is very, very important. All of you are in this hall now. We are having an existential question. What that means is whatever fight you are carrying on, you are struggling on behalf of the black race. Because all of your brothers that were taken here, enslaved, they are in America, they are in so many places, they are in trouble. They are still in trouble, they are still suffering. And so we must find a way out. The issue of unity, human rights defenders, you need to organize. As you organize yourself, I'm happy that lawyers a lot are here. When we used to go into detention, there were lawyers who are ready and will not sleep until we get out of detention. Because the question is, if you are ready to engage, you must be ready to bear some of the brunt. As one of our brothers has paid the price. We have thieves in bungalows. Many of the leaders we have today are criminals. And it's a criminal gang because they are not just doing what they are doing alone. It's a criminal gang. But like I said, there are still some decent people. We talk of code of conduct. It's not all right in my country, Nigeria. Nigeria is such a rich country, just like your country. But the economy is being looted by the political elite. So we are also in a struggle that you no longer believe in the government that you have. You can imagine a president buying a yacht and his workstation, there is no water anywhere. He bought a yacht for millions of dollars. And the current president has borrowed 3 times more than the president that left in 8 years has borrowed again because IMS is sitting there. They know the resources you have. In Nigeria, we have 490 different minerals. Have you calculated your own? The world will come to you. And the way they will come to you, they will come in a way to come and occupy and get your minerals. And so it's a crisis that we're talking about. In terms of when you want to debate on, you need a fact sheet. Politicians, many of them are not reading, except for serious ones. You need a one-pager on the issue on the debt of Malawi for you to go on advocacy. And even after the election, the civil society organizations need to engage the parliament. Some of them don't have the facts, but you have it, and you have the capacity. You're talking of cancellation of new loans. They can't cancel it. You know, the cancellation we need to advocate. But the new loans that are being taken are taken because of the things we explained yesterday. Because you need to take those new loans to service the old loans. So it's a cycle. And so it continues. So it's going to be a tall order. I want to say that what we did in the Nigerian election, the last election, and many of the elections that we have gone through, is we organized debates that are transmitted live. And now that you have the technology, what the politicians will tell you with their manifesto, some of their manifestos are cut and paste, no basic ideology. And so what they say before the election, you hold it. What they say after the election, we also hold it. And so it's important. So we engage in elections, broad elections. In the last election, normally we bring all the presidential candidates together. The last one, they refused. Because one of them was, I don't know, maybe he was not sure of himself competing with the others. They rejected. But that wasn't the case. So we started interviewing one by one. What are the issues? And so you need to have a plan that will then, take your decisions forward. We cannot give up. How can we address some of the things that we have? I want you, as children of Africa, you are great children. Don't let anybody bring you down, demean you. You are from a special continent. But our leaders, unfortunately, have failed generations. Like investment in the human capital. We have children that cannot go to school. But after the after independence, every African many of us were given scholarships to go and read and come back to Africa. My sister cited an example of 125 textile industries. Now we have like 20. Where do you think the families of those 105, those who were disengaged from there, where do you think they are today? And so when they say in Nigeria you have more than 100 million people living below the poverty line, people are dying because of hunger. Don't stop doing something. Like our big brother and grandfather said, Nelson Mandela, he said, do something. If you cannot run, walk. If you cannot walk, crawl. But do something. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Let's do something. Do something. Don't give up. Let's wake up. Let's rise up. Let's have a nice, and then we'll...
Yeah, thank you very much. I will try to speak to the question raised by John as to what would ask a politician or politicians if they were in this room. Perhaps the first question is to help us as citizens to understand or to be very confident that those vying for these political offices, the elected positions, fully understand what they are getting into. That's number one. So, for example, for a member of parliament, we would really demand to understand what they understand in terms of practical implications of the roles that they play. The representative role that they have, which is number one. Then the legislative aspect of their roles as members of parliament, and then the oversight roles. So we would ask them to outline exactly how they would contribute towards the achievement of national development with regard to the three roles that they play: the representative, the legislative, as well as the oversight. The same applies to those vying for the positions of councillor. They have a lot of, they are supposed to shoulder a big responsibility, the development of their people. And I think in line with this would be for them to understand what it means to represent the people. And this takes me to maybe another solution, a proposal, where we would strongly advocate what my colleague, the lady here, said about being strong. We need strong citizens, we need brave citizens, and we also need a brave government. What do I mean? Firstly, when you talk about brave citizens, we are talking about citizens that are able to analyze and assess their situation. The debt situation, how is it affecting them? Look at all the areas that are being affected and be able to offer practical solutions, be able to engage those that are getting into these elected offices. And again, on this, it also requires proper orientation for those that are vying for these political offices. My colleague Mavuto mentioned that there is a probability that we might have a very large number of new members of parliament. That would be a good starting point for us in order to bring about a new kind of generation of leaders, new kind of generation of representatives, new generation of lawmakers that can advocate for laws that are friendly to our African environment. I'm glad that people have been mentioned, figures that have been mentioned on the African continent that have embraced principles that have been for the good of their people. There's the Pan-Africanism, people like late Gaddafi, and then the issue of Sankara, and now we have Traore. What can a brave government do to borrow a leaf from what these great sons of Africa are doing or have done? Are we going to continue using the same textbook economics where we are borrowing all the concepts? Can they all work in our African context? This is the question, and this is the direction that we should be taking. And then we are looking at citizens that are also able to offer solutions and also be hopeful that we can change. And this is in line also with the first enabler of our blueprint, the Malawi 2063, which is mindset change. A lot of people out there are frustrated, and when you tell them, when you try to discuss issues of change or issues of an improved governance, issues of different kind of leadership, they would say it can't work. So there is the issue of mindset change that we have to address as a nation. And I think as organizations, this is one critical agenda that we have to take on with the new leaders, those that are aspiring for political leadership. What do they have on their table, on their agenda, on their objectives with regard to mindset change? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Before we go to Mr. Bamusi for his responses, I'm told there's an online question. Can we get that? And then Mr. Bamus will touch on it, and then if maybe the others will also respond and have responses.
Yes. Okay, my name is, do you hear the echo? Should I turn off something?
Go ahead.
All right. So my name is Nduku Mulomba. I am the host on Kumbukeni and a founding member of the organization Mbongi Ubuntu. Before I continue, can someone give me a thumbs up if you can hear me in the Zoom, please? Just so that I'm not wasting time talking and you cannot hear me.
We can hear you. Go ahead, we can hear you. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry about that. Yes, so it has, I'm happy about this. I'm very happy to see this tribunal. Thank you to everyone who came together to plan this. It is much needed. It has been much needed for a long, long time. I agree with a lot of the submissions that were made. I was about to come for Mary until I found out Mary was posing as the devil's advocate. So it's good to know that our sister is not with the IMF and just facilitating the conversation. My question is, can we keep this tribunal and all actions coming from it to the people, make it a people-run movement, as opposed, as Mama Kanisi has mentioned several times, that we cannot submit these observances and arguments and discussions to the neo-colonial and colonial entities intentionally put in place as gatekeepers to keep us from crossing the gate into progress and well-being. This has to be an effort driven by African revolutionaries, and hopefully all African people, given to yesterday's and today's presentation, join the revolution movement, because it is a movement for everyone, not just the elites. And then pursue liberation by all means necessary without the neo-colonial entities, because we know they are put there to stop us from getting all these advantages submitted. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
No, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Let's get to you, Mr. Bamusi, your final thoughts. Unfortunately, I think the conversation, the panel was just heating up and getting exciting. We've run out of time because lunch closes, I'm told, in 5 minutes.
Thank you, and thanks to our colleagues who has just made a contribution online. But because we don't have much time, let me just say this, that if politicians entered this room, I would suggest that somebody goes on the door and shut that door, close that door, so that they don't walk out before they commit to debt cancellation in their political manifesto. They shouldn't walk out of that door until they also tell us why they signed pacts with the IMF and the World Bank. And any politician should actually commit to telling the IMF and the World Bank to pack up and go for the numerous reasons that we cited since yesterday. And that during the campaign, they should make this their message time and again. Whether they are on the campaign trail, they must commit to making sure that from now onwards, we're going to work with homegrown policies. No longer going to bed with the IMF, no longer going to bed with the World Bank. And we are going to remind the politicians that our children who were actually right here on the forefront have lamented about serious atrocities which they have suffered because of the neoliberal agendas. And this must be part of the campaign manifestos. If a Nigerian politician walked into this room, we would remind them about why they have presided over a reign of serious corruption in Nigeria, to the extent that for some of us, the moment the country named Nigeria is mentioned, we think about corruption. Why should such a rich country with oil have so many people living in deep and severe poverty? The same with the DRC politician, because here we're talking about African leaders. If a politician from DRC walks in here, we would also remind them why in the years of that President Mobutu Sese Seko reigned over serious kleptocracy in Africa. To date, DRC is still in serious conflicts, yet it is a country rich with vast mineral wealth. If a Zambian politician walked in here, I would take an advantage to ask them why they can't resolve their issues amicably, to the extent that the late former President Edgar Lungu has to be buried in South Africa.
Thank you very much.
That is about to happen. That is about to happen. A former president is about to be buried in a foreign land simply because they cannot resolve certain issues amicably. In Mozambique, there was a conflict, a post-elections conflict that happened. Who suffered at the end of the day? A number of people were killed. Women were on the suffering end, children were on the suffering end, and poverty continues to deepen, even with the conflict at Cabo Delgado over the discovery of gas deposits. Why should our politicians preside over such reigns of terror? Because of time, I would have gone on and on, even to mention some serious suffering that our colleagues in Angola are going through. Yet another country endowed with rich mineral and oil resources. Why should our countries go out to borrow from the IMF and the World Bank when we have got all these rich mineral wealth? So that if a politician walked in here, they shouldn't walk back out of that door until they make these solid commitments to end any atrocities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I will not do justice if I don't give my moms and then my just 10 seconds, final thought, straight to the point, and then in the same way, yeah.
I think for me, if Kagame and Museveni walked into this room, I would ask them to stop supporting M23 and leave the Congolese to solve their own problems. And then for Aphrodite, I hope we minuted what came from the online suggestion that we turn this into a movement and not just a once-off tribunal. I hope that that will happen.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Quickly, I just want to say that the kind of tax that we pay, I try to compare notes with my European colleague, how much tax I pay and how much tax he pays. He said in his own case, he doesn't have to worry about the children's education. I pay the same tax, and I have to find a way for my children. What I take from this, I want to say thank you to Aphrodite for the opportunity being here. But I want to tell Rachel that I will remember her and all the young daughters of Malawi as I recommit myself to the struggle for social justice till the end of my life. I will always carry the daughters and the sons who are suffering in my heart. And to me, I will continue that struggle to the very end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Final 10 seconds.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I said almost everything that I wanted to say with regard to what I would say to a politician, but then finally I would also want to find out from them how they would want to strengthen their representative role. Because I think there are a lot of complaints out there regarding the way the people are represented. There is a lot of selfishness on the part of the elected leaders that they do not want to consult. So how would they want to strengthen the representative role? And maybe in line with that, would get to the issue of maybe getting back into the Constitution, the recall provision, Section 64. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Join me, colleagues, in giving a very, very huge round of applause to my panelists. Such a fantastic panel, very important subject. Time was not enough, but I'm sure we still have the future to continue engaging. Over to you, our Director of Ceremonies. Thank you very much.
Another big round of applause for our panelists as they walk down to their seats. Thank you so very much. Yeah, one big takeaway is do something. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl. But at least do something. Thank you very much. And thank you very much in a very special way, Madam Omi, for the commitment to stand for the pride of African daughters. I hope Rachel and team, you have an ambassador here, you take advantage of her, link up with her as a very good mentor that will mentor you and also make you one of the great speakers in different platforms. Thank you so very much for this time. Indeed, it wasn't easy to manage the time, but it was worth it to go through this process. Thank you so very much. We are breaking for lunch now. Let's get back at 3, because immediately we are in here to preside over the delivery of the judgment of the tribunal, and thereafter there will be a press briefing, press conference. So lunch is served at the very same places we had it yesterday. Let's pass by the desk there for coupons, and let's be punctual and come back here free sharp for the judgment. Thank you. Bon appetit.
Mr. Showcase. Over the Thames forever. Stay tuned for more updates on this exciting development.
What's this? What the hell is this? What's this I'm seeing and hearing in the news about you having fun with other women in Zambia? What's this? Why are you having fun with people in Zambia whilst I'm suffering, holding you down here? What's this? Explain!
Action. We note that Africa loses over 88 billion US dollars yearly through illicit financial flows, which is more than it receives in development aid, making the continent a net creditor to the world. Additionally, the average borrowing cost for African countries stand at 9.8% compared to 6.8% in Latin America, 2.5% within the United States of America, and even as low as 1.5% in Germany. More than 50% of African countries spend more in debt servicing than they spend on health and education combined. Many states are forced to cut school feeding programs, delay teacher recruitment, or scale back free maternal health services to pay creditors. Yet in light of this background, the IMF voting shares remain wildly unequal. The African continent has barely 7% of the vote, while the United States of America alone holds 16%, effectively giving Washington veto power on every significant decision. These institutions have created a debt trap, a cycle of borrowing, austerity, and underdevelopment while pretending to offer lifelines. The highly indebted poor countries initiatives, heavily indebted poor countries initiative, HIPIC, and the multilateral debt relief initiative have been marketed as generous gestures, but they seem to have arrived too late. There is no meaningful space within these institutions to hold them accountable. They do not answer to African parliaments, to civil society, or even ordinary people. The IMF and the World Bank are shielded by diplomatic immunity and operate without transparency. Their policies are often negotiated in elite technocratic spaces without public consultation, legislative oversight, or participatory governance. They therefore write African budgets but do not answer to the African people. Based on this particular context and background, AfroDad, together with grassroots movements, civil society organizations, economists, and everyday people of Africa, convened the African People's Commission of Inquiry on Debt and the role of the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. This was a symbolic, moral, political, and democratic necessity. When courts, parliaments, and global governance spaces fail to protect the rights and dignity of the African people, we the people must rise and create our tribunals, our commissions of truth and justice. Therefore, this commission responds to economic injustice, policy impunity, and the silencing of African voices. It is the people's forum to hold power accountable, reclaim sovereignty, and chart a new path rooted in dignity, justice, and liberation. The people of Africa, therefore, gathered in Lilongwe, Malawi, on the sovereign soil of the African continent, in the spirit of Pan-Africanism and liberation, hereby issue this ruling following a people-led commission of inquiry into the unlawful and unjust actions of the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. Based on the overwhelming evidence, regional and international human rights instruments, and the lived realities of the African people across our lands, we declare the current global financial architecture illegitimate, neo-colonial, and irreparably violent. The Commission finds, based on the testimonies of victims, witnesses, and interested parties, especially Manuel from Angola, Madam Ene from Nigeria, Honorable Shabalala from South Africa, Tyrene from Kenya, that the World Bank and the IMF have systematically trapped African nations in cycles of debt and dependency, undermining the right to development, deepening poverty, and compromising sovereign governance. These institutions have operated with impunity, prioritizing creditors' interest, foreign capital, and speculative markets over the African people's dignity, well-being, aspiration, and thereby undermining the right to development. Secondly, the Commission, once again informed by victim and witness evidence, finds that austerity measures imposed by the IMF and the World Bank constitute economic violence. This is based on the evidence presented and the lived realities, particularly presented by Madam Lydia of the Democratic Republic of Congo, witnesses and experts who shared evidence on Malawi, Zimbabwe, South Africa, the DRC, the Central African Republic, Sierra Leone, Nigeria, and Ghana. These policies have gutted public health systems, underfunded education, devastated agriculture, and eroded social protection. They have disproportionately impacted women, youth, and informal workers, further entrenching inequalities and violating binding obligations under the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and related African protocols on protection of women and girls and the fulfillment of state obligations touching on socio-economic rights. They have also violated the International Covenant on Economic and Socio-Cultural Rights, the Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, national constitution, and legislation. Notably, the structural adjustment programs and the successive austerity measures, fiscal consolidation, and prior programs have contributed significantly in retrogressing socio-economic rights to health, education, housing, and social protection, as opposed to facilitating the progressive implementation. The IMF and the World Bank, in their design, systems, and processes, have undermined democratic policy designs, have undermined, the sovereignty of the African people and the African state. Their policy designs silence African voices in global spaces, as well as marginalize citizen participation at national level, where the proposals of IMF and the World Bank for austerity and fiscal consolidation subject nations to experimental fiscal policy processes without due regard to constitutional and legislative national processes at national level. They also undermine the Pan-African philosophies and values that were espoused by some of the Pan-African visionaries, including Kwame Nkrumah, Patrice Lumumba, and Thomas Sankara, on how to build true democracy and economic sovereignty for Africa. These policies are not only unaccountable, but structurally racist, rooted in colonial extraction, and structurally incapable of ever delivering justice. The Commission also finds that the IMF and World Bank policies undermine development of states through industrialization. In particular, the Commission finds that some of the World Bank actions on climate financing are complicit in accelerating the climate catastrophe in Africa. They push energy frameworks that favor private profit and foreign investors, while undermining the right of African people to sustainable, equitable, and clean development pathways. This violates obligations under international climate law and exposes African nations to worsening environmental harms. I'll now hand over to Justice Tatsi for the recommendation.
Yes, the Commission therefore made a number of proposals, 7 of them, and their recommendations are as follows. Based on these facts, the African People's Commission of Inquiry hereby issues the following people's verdict. 1, review the IMF and World Bank. Based on the evidence provided by witnesses, we call on the establishment of an African Union Fund, financial system, and monitoring process on digital platforms rooted in reparative justice, public participation, sustainability, and Pan-African solidarity. As per Kwame Nkrumah's vision, the Commission recommends an African-led financial system order rooted in reparative justice, public participation, transparency, sustainability, and Pan-African solidarity that can replace the international financial system. 2, review of debt contracts for all African states. Based on the testimonies of the following witnesses, Lydia Asingwe, and the public social services deficiencies arising from austerity measures and earlier on the structural adjustment programs as testified by Mrs. Eni Ebu, Mr. Kisito, and Honorable Shabalala, debt contracts and conditions brought by the IMF and the World Bank result in retrogression in the promotion, protection, and fulfillment of social economic rights to education, health, housing, decent work, and social security. This goes against the ACHPR. As a result, and based on harm done thus far, we call for a moratorium on African debt by all states that have faced negative consequences for review and the process of restorative and reparative justice for all sovereign African debt to be commenced. The world owes Africa reparations for stolen wealth, land, labor, and future. 3, total rejection of austerity and neoliberal conditionalities. As per the testimony of the witnesses, judicial and parliamentary oversight are needed in cases where these deficiencies are serious to call the attention of the lenders. We declare all austerity policies null and void. African states must immediately cease implementing IMF/World Bank prescribed fiscal consolidation, deregulation, and privatization measures. These policies are incompatible with African governments' constitutional, social, and human rights obligations and have no legitimacy among African peoples. 4, end illicit financial flows, and reclaim African wealth. The Commission calls on all African states to take bold and coordinated action to shut down illicit financial flows, corporate tax abuse, and resource plunder. Domestic resource mobilization must be rooted in equity, transparency, and justice, not compliance with external ratings agencies or unresponsive foreign trade regimes with a colonial approach. Instead, we recommend the creation of an African Union credit rating agency. 6, to reclaim our democracy and reduce economic dictatorship, the Commission recommends the full implementation of African visionaries Kwame Nkrumah, Thomas Sankara, and Patrice Lumumba by ensuring a unified borrowing front for a maximum period of 40 years for African countries from the African Fund should be for 40 years, anchored with grants for the provision of public social services for education, health, social services, as well as digital training, so that by the time the loan matures, African countries must have made the economies of scale to repay the loans and interest rates. The new digital platforms and digital training of the debtor nations will raise a body of equipped citizens, civil society, and government organs, including parliament and judicial oversight, to monitor loans and public debt allocation and expenditure, debate them, and make objections in the spirit of transparency and accountability, leading to a better performance of lent resources. All African states must reclaim their right to self-determination and policy sovereignty. Citizens must be fully involved in economic decisions. All public financial contracts should be subject to national parliament for review and approval, and national parliament should have robust mechanisms for meaningful public participation. Additionally, the Commission recommends scrutiny of all existing debt contracts, including those issued by the IMF and World Bank, to see if they respect the sovereignty of African states, and based on the evaluation, commence a process of settling terms for new contracts, voiding unconstitutional contracts, and repairing the harm caused. 7, confront internal complicity and corruption. We call on African governments to end elite collusion with exploitative financial systems. Corruption, looting, and mismanagement have enabled this economic war on the people by implementing fully the provisions of the African leaders who betray public trust. Those who betray public trust must face justice and be held accountable to the public. Those are the recommendations by Justice Theophilus Tai Tatse and Dinah Gichengo of the Commission.
Thank you very much. The Commission is adjourned for, may we start the work of liberating the continent, therefore.
A big, big, big round of applause for our commissioners. Yeah, we may take our seats. I will not comment on the judgment. It was loud and clear. Thank you so much, Dr. Theo, Justice Theo, and Counsel Diane for this. We will get into closing formalities, which will have two people to speak as a way of closing, and after that we can conclude, and then there'll be press conference. So after the closing remarks, and there'll be a closing prayer as well, and then we'll get into press conference. And for the press conference, we might release everybody else. Just remain with those that will sit on the press conference, just to make sure that there are no interruptions. So as a way of closing, we'll have two people that are going to speak, as I said. First to speak will be on behalf of Afrodad, and let me go to the podium. Teddy, who will speak on behalf of Afrodad as a way of closing. A big round of a young leader to do the closing remarks.
Thank you very much. I think I'll begin by saying it's a great day for Africa. And that being said, I'll teach you a song in Swahili. The song is Bado Mapambano. It's a struggle song from Kenya that means we do not sleep. It's time to now work. It's time to now fight. Yeah, and it goes like this. Afrika msilale, and you'll say, lale, lale, Afrika msilale. Bado mapambano, 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 bado mapambano. Can we do that? Now we start. Afrika msilale, lale, lale, Afrika msilale. Bado mapambano, mapambano, mapambano. Bado mapambano, mapambano, mapambano. Bado mapambano. Viva Africa, viva! Viva Africa, viva! Viva Kenya, viva! Viva Zimbabwe, viva! Viva South Africa, viva! Viva Nigeria, viva! Viva Congo, viva! Viva Malawi, viva! Viva Africa, viva! Thank you so much. Yeah, I want to thank Majin. Oh, last thing, I want to teach you how to clap for the people that I will mention. And this is a clap we do in Kenya, or when we are introducing honorables into the podium. It is 1, 2, 3, ya kwanza, ya pili, ya tatu. Thank you, thank you. So, yeah, that will be the trend. I want to thank Majin, our co-host, Afrodad, Satini, and ESCR in absentia. We clap for our partners. Ya kwanza, ya pili, ya tatu. Thank you so much. As you all know, Africa is the rule maker, and as our ED from Afrodad, Jason, said, Now we have to read these 3 documents as our key documents going forward: the Harare Declaration, the Africa Borrowing Charter, the Maputo Declaration. These are very, very powerful documents that everyone in this room should know. I want to thank the Vice Board Chairperson of Meji. I did not know that a man of God can speak with such conviction in matters debt in Africa. We have to clap for Reverend Innocent. Ya kwanza, ya pili, ya tatu. Yes, I want to thank Dr. Wazi Ligomeka, who introduced us to the chambo fish, which is very delicious, and also mentioned about Malawi's debt situation at around 60 trillion, which is very worrying, but bado mapambano. We will still struggle to liberate the continent of Africa. I want to skip and go to the organization Save the Children. They did a wonderful job. Their presentation here is one that was not only worrying to me as an individual, but should be worrying to everyone in this room and everyone in the continent. The fact that children know that they are not living their best lives because they did not choose to be born in Africa. It is very sad. It is something that as a continent we should work on. But nonetheless, we should clap for them for having the courage to speak on such important matters. So to Save the Children, ya kwanza, ya pili, ya tatu. Thank you so much. And also to the last session that we had here on elections and debt, a very powerful panel that opened our minds about our African leaders, about reparation in Africa. It is something that you should go to our social media pages and rewatch again and again and again. So to that panel, ya kwanza, ya pili, ya tatu. Thank you so much, thank you so much. Now I will go to the people that made the commission of inquiry possible. Without them, we could not have been here today. We will clap for them just, okay, victim one, that is Rachel Ngulumbe. Ya kwanza, ya pili. We clap for, we'll do only 2 rounds for everyone, yeah? We'll clap for Manuel Pembele, ya kwanza, ya pili. We'll also clap for Leiden Makuru, ya kwanza, ya pili. We'll also clap for Madam One Obi, ya kwanza, ya pili. For Madam Obi, we must do ya tatu, ya tatu. Yeah. We'll also clap for Honorable, Kizito. There is Kizito. Makofi, in Kiswahili we say makofi ya Kizito. Makofi ya Kizito. Ya pili. Ya tatu. Yes. We'll also clap for Honorable Shabalala. Yeah. Anyone who knows how to do the elation. Yes. Yeah, for Honorable Shabalala. Ya kwanza. Ya pili. Ya tatu. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'll also go to our lawyers in the room. And the first counsel that I want us to clap for will be Robert Rido. Robert, makofi ya kwanza, ya pili, ya tatu. Yes, the next council that I want us to clap for is, just a minute. Farin, yes. Yeah. Advocate Farin, let us clap. Ya kwanza, ya pili, ya tatu. And lastly, ladies and gentlemen, lastly, let us clap for Dr. Do you know who I want to say next? Who knows the name of the next advocate that I want to mention? Lydia who? Lydia who? Latifa? Latif, okay. All right, so for our last advocate that I will want us to really give her flowers is Dr. Leila Latif. Ya kwanza, ya pili, ya tatu. The very last lawyer that I want you to clap for is lawyer Teddy Odira. Ya kwanza, ya pili. Oh, no. Oh God. I was so angry about the IMF that the person the advocate who was asking questions on behalf of, or making us think about our gaps was Dr. Advocate Mary, Miss Mary. So, ya kwanza, ya pili, ya tatu, and lastly, ladies and gentlemen, clap for your host and your co-host today. Ya kwanza, ya pili. Let us not forget the media people, the translation, the camera people. Afshin has done a very good job today. Our floor managers, our timekeepers, the timekeeper was very strict. 10 minutes to go, and very strict. So for Tafadzwa, Lydia, Afshin, our camera people, and everyone who made it here today, Howard back there doing an amazing job with the live stream and doing everything to make this possible, even online. These are people that we should not take for granted. Yeah? Fidelate. Oh, Fidelate. All right. Well, we do a collective clap now, but a very warm clap for around 1 minute for this very beautiful and very hardworking people. 1, 2, 3. Afrika msilale, lale, Afrika msilale, bado mapambano, bado mapambano, bado mapambano. Viva Africa, viva! Viva Africa, viva! Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's the energy we need. Thank you so much, young leader Ted, for speaking on behalf of Aflodat, and also putting a close vote of thanks to various people who have made it possible for this event to be what it is now. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, to invite Reverend Innocent Chikopa, Vice Board Chairperson for the Malawi Economic Justice Network Megin, for a closing remarks. Vice Chair, please.
Good afternoon. What a manner of a roller coaster. And we thank God that He has taken us this far. Thank you so very much that we can be here to finish together. Fellow comrades, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the conclusion of an exciting journey for demanding economic and social justice. The closure of this conference and tribunal marks the beginning of an era. It is an era for African peoples to rise and say no to impunity, say no to the policy arrogance of the IMF and World Bank. The end of this meeting of the Commission of Inquiry is the beginning of a new activism, an activism for renewed calls for debt cancellation, an activism for the demanding of reform of Bretton Woods institution. The people have spoken. African people have spoken. And Malawians have joined the voices, and together we can demand an end to imperialism, neocolonialism, and neoliberalism. This Commission of Inquiry has unearthed all the evidence, and it has now given us a clear mandate that we no longer want policies that mortgage our future and the future of our children under the impoverishing manipulations of the IMF and the World Bank. Allow me at this juncture to thank our international partners from the African continent. I hope that you have experienced the African philosophy of Ubuntu in the faces of our beautiful people, Malawians. As you are aware, that the philosophy of Ubuntu is a concept that calls us to identify with people of like-mindedness, to identify with people of beautiful hearts. And I would like to believe that our stay at this hotel and in this room these days, we have managed to identify a beautiful face. Hallelujah. You can look at the face of your brother and your sister and encourage them to continue with the spirit of Ubuntu. That's what defines us as Africans. Let me also thank the leadership of Afrodad and Siatin for the technical partnerships. Thank you this year for the children, this year, Save the Children, and other organizations, and also the civil society partners for making invaluable contributions, including mobilization of participants and resources. To the leadership of my own organization, Malawi Economic Justice Network, and our merging local affiliates, I wish to use this opportunity to thank you and to encourage you to renew our energy and strength, to renew our advocacy on debt and development. As Malawi goes on the 16th of September this year, let us elevate debt issues on the campaign manifestos. Our political leaders must commit to the debt cancellation. I wish everyone safe travels and safe flights. I'll be praying with you that you reach home safely and meet your beautiful families and continue the advocacy of debt cancellation. Thank you so much. Muyende bwino.
Bon voyage. Good journey. Thank you.
Another round of applause for the Vice Board Chair. Thank you so very much. This really marks the end of the Commission. Just also to express our gratitude for making it to the very end. We still have a full hall here. Sometimes on the last day, you only have very few people participating. This really speaks to how significant this discussion was. And I hope and believe, just as others have already said, that this is not the first and last, but it's the beginning of a journey that we have undertaken as Africans to champion this agenda. So thank you so very much. As I said, this really marks the end, and then we're going to have a closing prayer, and after that, we will release everybody else except for the media and the people that are sitting on the press conference. Just to remind those that are sitting on the press conference, we have Madam Diana, Dr. Leila, Honorable Dr. Shabalala, Madam Obi, Mr. Mavuto Bamusi, Afshin, Rachel, and Manuel. So those are the people that are going to sit on the press conference this afternoon. Otherwise, thank you so very much. Let me ask Reverend Raquel Mtima to offer a prayer, and then we will call it a day. Reverend Mtima.
And should I sing again? Because my friend was singing here. There is this song, Africa will be saved. Do we know it? Okay. Would you believe and I believe, and together we will say, the Holy Spirit must come down, and Africa will be saved. Africa will be saved. Africa will be saved. The Holy Spirit must come down, and Africa will be saved. Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, we come before thy throne of grace this evening, once again to thank you. Lord God Almighty, when we reflect back, we can together say that we had these 2 days profitably. We thank you, God Almighty, for your presence that has been with us from yesterday to this very day. We thank you, Lord God Almighty, for your presence throughout this Commission of Inquiry. We commit Africa and her people to your divine care. May the work done here, Lord God Almighty, in these 2 days lead us to truth, healing, justice, and transformation across our nations. Lord God Almighty, it is my prayer that you open the eyes and the hearts of our leaders. Give them the wisdom they need, the boldness and vision to rise above dependency on former colonial powers. Help them and us to lead with integrity, courage, and deep sense of responsibility to the people that we serve. I pray also, God Almighty, that you break every chain of mental, economic, and political bondage and usher Africa, Malawi, into a new season of self-reliance, dignity, and peace. We pray for the Holy Spirit to continue to move across this continent. Heal our land, Lord. Uplift the oppressed and empower us as a nation to become the truth and hope. For we have come to the end of our sessions, of God Almighty. We pray for your travel journey messes, for many of us who will be traveling to various destinations. We pray, God Almighty, that you'll bless each one of us till we reach our destination, O God, praising and glorifying your name. And now may the grace of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, love of God the Father, and the sweet fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forever. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Rorin, you have the last announcement on the evaluation. Do you want to say something?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm here for the evaluation forms, the online evaluation forms that we distributed earlier. Thank you to those who have answered to the questionnaire, but we are still looking forward to those who haven't get the chance yet to answer to the questionnaire. It actually helps us to know what to do the next time we'll do our events and help us to improve as well. So please answer the questionnaires for us. Thank you.
Thank you. As I announced, then this marks the end. We are released. In terms of the logistics for the local participants, we still pass by the desk at the entrance, but we still have tea and refreshments for the evening within the corridor. So let's partake them. So those to sit on the press conference, please, we'll have a caucus before the press conference. Let's have a caucus in front here so that we share roles respectively. Let's come in front and have a quick caucus so that we share roles. Yeah.
of African nations. And this is the reason we've been here to hold the IMF and the World Bank accountable. And the accountability has been in us presenting cases, presenting evidence, establishing facts, bringing about empirical evidence, talking about case studies. Many countries we've mentioned here, from Tunisia to Ghana, to Nigeria, to Kenya, to South Africa, to Angola, to Malawi, we've been showing, demonstrating the impact of IMF policies, World Bank design programs, the impact that they have had in these countries. And we've been able to link this to the poor performance of the countries when it comes to eradicating poverty. So we've tried to establish that these policies, these economic and fiscally designed policies brought about by IMF and World Bank, have engineered extraction of the continent. And this extraction has resulted in revenue degeneration of our continent. So this tribunal here, what we're also calling the Commission of Inquiry, has been to bring about this scenario so that we can then have a finding from the people, the voices of Africans, to say that what we want out of the IMF and the World Bank are certain recommendations, are certain strategic policy moves that we want correction. So that's the reason that we've been here. And I'm going to now pass on the mic to my counterpart, Diana, to give us more information. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Leila. My name is Diana Geshengo, an advocate in Kenya, but I lead the Institute for Social Accountability as the Executive Director and convene Okoa Uchumi Campaign, coalition of citizen and civil society in Kenya who are reeling from the effect of debt. As have been stated, we've been here for the last 2 days together as the people of Africa, and because the people of Africa understand that international financial institutions, in addition to our political leaders, are responsible for the mess that we find ourselves in economically, and because everything we have, our political system, our social systems, our economic systems, and therefore all our human rights are financed by money in the form of taxes and debt. When countries have high indebtedness due to the bad policies and the neoliberal approaches of institutions like IMF and the World Bank, then we are very sure we are almost headed back to slavery. And based on that particular process, and as somebody who back home has tried to hold the IMF accountable in vain, we are called for meetings when they are doing their assessment, their monitoring reviews, but we are called at the tail end of the process after they have told government everything that they need, and what appears is a small two-line. We consulted civil society, but nothing we ever say ever finds its way there. Then, as a result, the Commission has been moved by the stories of African who have, I don't know whether they are victims, but they continue to survive, people who have lost their relatives, people who have lost pregnancies. So when we say futures, it is not removed. It is present future that are that personal. And based on that particular background, we note that IMF and World Bank are part of the biggest violators of human rights. If we were to calculate the number of people who are dying because of fiscal consolidation and austerity measures, most probably they would equate the number of people who have died from genocides. Whenever genocides happen, commissions of inquiries are quickly commissioned. People run to the International Criminal Court. Where do we run to when the IMF and the World Bank met economic violence on the people of Kenya, on the people of Malawi, on the people of Nigeria, on the people of Burkina Faso, and many other all African countries. We have nowhere to run. For that reason, we came for this particular commission of inquiry, and based on what has been submitted in evidence, we've made 4 key findings. First, that the debt contracts and the clauses that are contained in those particular debt contracts with the IMF and the World Bank, whether they are listed in development and policy program initiatives, whether they are technical assistance. They take away the sovereignty of the African people. They negate the obligation of state to move forward and progress implementation of socio-economic and cultural rights. They kill internal democracy, including fiscal constitutionalism, where for every money that is used, we need to vote on it because they dictate the terms that are to be used. The democracy gets even worse, because any decisions, any reforms that are to be made are based on a vote. The entire African continent has 7% of the vote. If you have ever heard of something that is not a democracy, it is an extraction. It is how the World Bank and the IMF is therefore constituted. Then we've also made a finding that they undermine development, because everything they have done since the first African state, Ghana, gained its independence is to make sure that there are programs that make us not move forward, not have industries, not strengthen our currency. If anything, they devalue our currency. And this commission of inquiry had people who dared to say that leaders, African bold leaders, who dared go against the IMF, the World Bank, or the global financial institutions were assassinated. That continues to date. It has to stop. I don't think they can assassinate all of us. And so moving forward, we are starting a path of redefining what an African fund would look like, an African financial system would look like, what participation of the people would look like, what if we implemented the Pan-African vision, the Pan-African philosophy once and for all, and charted our own path, and indeed cease becoming the net creditor of the world. There comes a time when, with all the wealth in Africa, we can actually be the rule makers and be the ones who dictate the terms of the people who have extracted from us for so long. So more courage and strength and action to the people of Africa.
Why is it that an African child is struggling in the same global financing system than any other children in the other parts of the world? I am Rachel Yankungluwe, 17 years of age, from Malawi. It is with a great concern that the debts from International Monetary Fund and World Bank, they are coming in, they are accompanied with unfavorable conditions and policies that, when adopted, they are prioritized at the expense of Africans, and that centering children. Why is it that Africans are struggling more with poverty while we are having the same debts from the same financing system? Why is it that an African child is failing to access quality education and quality health care while we are living in the same global financing system? This is because the International Monetary Fund and World Bank have had their interest first and not thinking about Africans, and not thinking about the future of African children, and not thinking about the youth of African continent. It is with a great concern that our governments in Africa are being forced to prioritize creditors and to prioritize debt servicing over the important social protection services that the countries have to prioritize. It is with great concern that Africa Vision 2063, it is slowly going down and it is slowly shallowing because our government are failing to finance important services, because our governments are failing to give Africans what they need. It is with great concern that we're seeing leaders, our leaders who are advocating for change, being killed, being detained in prison, while us children are seeing. It is with great concern and sadness that an African child is failing to voice out because of the tools that have been impressed. So these huge external debts are affecting Africans, and not only Africans, they're affecting the child in the soil of Africa. Therefore, the children of Africa are struggling in the same poverty since the 1990s, while we are being granted with debts to support us. Why is it that we are failing to move out from those cages of poverty while we have the debts? It is because this IMF and World Bank, they are protecting their Western industries over our industries. They are protecting they're using African as their safe place, as their safe haven to extract our resources. Where do we think our African children are going to live? Where do we think our African youth are going to get those minerals to support themselves? It is because they are being used as neo-colonialists. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The findings today of this Commission of Inquiry has been indicated, Africa. And I hope that it can move it on to a proper tribunal with IMF present so that they can exchange, we can face Africa together. They need to answer to Africans. And so with no missing words, we are calling for reparation across the sub-region of Africa. The conditionalities are a deliberate and planned systematic steps to recolonize Africa. Once Africans were taken from the shores of Africa, able-bodied men and women, young and old, were taken from Africa. Through the continent, from different places, from Tanzania, from all the west coast of Africa, and taken to Europe and America, from Nigeria, is it from Mombasa or whichever corner of Africa, the blacks were taken from our coast. It was not the design for Africans. Many of them died in the seas, being transported and dumped, their bodies thrown overboard. With the neglect of the social sector, which is a condition of the IMF and World Bank, many of our citizens have no jobs, they have nowhere to turn to. We have so many graduates, and they are now dying again. You're hearing the boat capsizing because they are trying to go to Europe to the very beginning. So Africans are dying again. Those who have reached other sides, you find them to different countries, they are being rejected, they are being turned over, except those who qualify, the doctors, nurses, the teachers who are useful to them. You never hear about their migration. But those they don't need, they don't want them. And so Africans, again, find themselves at the receiving end. We're therefore calling that the dignity of Africa has been shredded, finally by the IMF and the World Bank. And so today, we are calling, because they're calling for reparation, the lack of investment in education, for example, is to ensure that the human capital is depleted. Is to weaken the human capital of all African nations, because if you don't educate people, if you are, enriching and building the capacity, investing in the human capital, means your economy has a future. But when you remove that, we have so many students today across different universities in Africa. Those who have gone to even 100 level the first year can't go to the second year. Those who have gone to the second year can't go to the third year because they do not have money to carry on. when you have many of them falling below the poverty line. And so, I want to say well done to Africa. I want to say well done to Aphrodite and all the partners for how they have brought us in here today. I want to commend their effort. Let the effort not be stopped. I want to ask Africa, we also want to demand accountability from the African Union, our leaders in the African Union. You know, there's a lot of corruption in our countries across board, across wherever IMF and the World Bank has walked through. In order to further subjugate, they captured the elite, the political elite, and what we have today. But I do believe that we still have some Africans who are ready to fight. We still have some decent people. Keep your dignity, because for Africa, the future is bright. But again, we have to learn to be able to work together. We have to bring up unity. We're calling for dedicated leaders. It is Nelson Mandela who once said that a heart that can hate with intensity can also love with the same intensity when they are converted. And so we are calling that all those who have gone astray, you better come back, because all of us, we are all on a death row, isn't it? There is nothing you are taking from this world. So the primitive accumulation of wealth that you are doing today, it will be over tomorrow, because you are not taking anything out of this world. The world belongs to God. And so you need to turn around yourself and write your history. Be a solid African by recommitting your life to, and dedicating it to Africa as a nation. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'll summarize in 3 points what I believe the proceedings over these past 2 days have revealed for us. First is the importance of having this commission of inquiry. Second is the broken global financial architecture, in particular the global debt architecture. And third is the need for strong debt governance. Now, when we look at the importance of the commission of inquiry, because some of the reasons have already been touched on, I'll touch on a few different ones. First, this commission of inquiry was important to delve into the allegations that were alleged against the IMF and the World Bank. Second, it highlights 2 key international legal voids. One is that on a defined international legal forum for adjudication of sovereign debt disputes. So we sought to emulate what such a forum could look like. Second is the international legal void on legislation on sovereign debts. To address this, we have the upcoming Financing for Development process, which is expected to lead to an intergovernmental process that leads to the establishment of a United Nations Framework Convention on Sovereign Debt. And third is legal immunity. We also wanted to see how to navigate the legal immunity that is granted to the IMF and the different branches of the World Bank through their articles of agreement. Now, moving on to my second main point, the global financial architecture, and in particular, the global debt governance, global debt architecture. Now, at Aphrodite, we have the Harare Declaration, which points out that current debt relief and restructuring initiatives are not adequate. We've seen the heavily indebted poor countries initiative, we've seen the multilateral debt relief initiative, and more recently, the G20 common framework. Despite the existence of all of these initiatives, debt dependency and debt cycles still continue to persist. Why? It raises the question, it raises the point that there is a larger systemic issue to be addressed. So the IMF and the World Bank have been promoting fiscal consolidation and creditor-centric lending practices. So this is a new form of neocolonialism. Global decision-making is also unbalanced. For example, the voting power, if we look at the IMF's voting power, the whole continent holds less than 10% of the voting share. While you'll see one country, for example, developed country holding, for example, 16%. And this becomes a problem because it takes away from a democratic debt governance architecture. So instead of having one country, one vote, we are allocated voting powers which were set in 1944. Next is human rights and development. So this has an implication on our human rights and development, because as Professor Waris says, rights require resources. If we do not have the resources, we cannot finance our rights, especially socio-economic rights. Finally, I'll connect this to debt governance, especially at national level. So reforming the global debt architecture also trickles down to our national levels. In order to strengthen national legislation, which is also provided for in the Harare Declaration, we looked at 4 different countries' legal frameworks on debt, the legal and institutional frameworks. So we looked at Ethiopia, Chad, Malawi, and Ghana. And we did a comparative analysis highlighting trends such as lack of transparency, accountability which is not enforced, various other provisions which highlight that while we are doing the work even at global level, we need to bring that work down to reforming legal frameworks even at national level. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado e agradecer a todos que estão aqui presentes por essa oportunidade de mais partilharmos ponto de vista, conclusões e aquilo que sentimos ao longo desse espaço da Comissão Africana de Inquérito, que nós intitulamos Tribunal Internacional dos Povos de África. Angola, sendo um país com subsolo rico e solo rico em termos de minérios, entendemos que Angola, possuidor de cerca de 35 minérios mais importantes dos 45 do mercado mundial, mas o seu povo continua a viver por uma refeição de $1,50 por dia. Por essa razão, durante esta sessão, nós entendemos que o nosso foco mais crítico é exatamente nas relações com o Fundo Monetário Internacional, onde nos apercebemos que existe uma questão que podemos chamar de contexto histórico e estrutural, a herança dos modelos econômicos que tratamos que são colonial extrativista em estruturas internas e robustas. Esses desafios foram aproveitados enquanto os países estão nas guerras, obrigados a buscar este financiamento, mas em contrapartida desequilibrou totalmente os interesses dos povos locais. Os acordos do FMI, na verdade, no seu grande condicionalismo, levou vários momentos o desequilíbrio da soberania dos países, isto é, através das altas taxas de juros e sobretaxas, ao mesmo tempo que leva esses países, Angola e outros países da África, pagarem, na verdade, ou priorizar o pagamento dos credores em detrimento daquilo que devia ser as condições sobre direitos econômicos, sociais e culturais do seu povo e encontrando pouca flexibilidade e também pouco entendimento entre o povo e os governantes. Nós encontramos que há um impacto socioeconômico de endividamento muito forte. A redução dos investimentos nas questões de saúde, educação, onde vimos que ao longo desse inquérito entendemos que há escolas que se fecham, há médicos sem função, há hospitais sem equipamento e inclusive mulheres que moram nas portas dos hospitais porque não há medicamento, não há médico. E por outro, médicos formados preferem abrir seus postos médicos e resumir a saúde pública em receitas. É consultada o doente, o paciente, mas é dada a receita, ou é consultado o doente, mas é enviado para os centros médicos privados cujos donos são exatamente os médicos preparados pelo sistema de saúde pública. Isto, na verdade, ficou claro que esta questão nos traz numa visão diferente de nós considerarmos esse espaço do Tribunal Africano para os povos, do Tribunal Internacional dos Povos Africanos como um espaço legítimo para denunciar as injustiças financeiras e estruturais impostas aos países africanos. Os países africanos, inclusive Angola, nos posicionamos a favor de uma reparação econômica internacional e de um novo pacto financeiro global que respeite a soberania dos povos africanos e promova o desenvolvimento inclusivo e sustentável. Para os próprios países, há necessidade de não recorrer apenas na questão de cancelamento de dívidas já obtidas, mas precisamos o cancelamento de leis que nos leva a se endividar para nós postarmos naquilo que são os nossos próprios recursos, formando o nosso povo, explorando os nossos recursos e deixarmos de vender os nossos recursos de maneira bruta. Temos que agregar valor nisso. Assim sendo, esse espaço é legítimo para nós fazermos elevar a nossa voz e sermos ouvidos e também sermos reposta a nossa dignidade. Obrigado.
My name is Mavuto Bamusi, a civil society activist, economic justice campaigner in Malawi. The hosts of this, I would say, a successful International African People's Tribunal. And I say that this has been a successful commission of inquiry because of the few issues that I'm going to talk about which concern Malawi. To begin with, the IMF and the World Bank have been in existence in Malawi for over close to 60 years. Actually, since Malawi got independence in 1964, and in 1965, 1966, the IMF and the World Bank consolidated their foothold in Malawi. But the question which the Malawian people and us as civil society activists ask and continue to ask is, why is underdevelopment perpetuating while these institutions, these Bretton Woods institutions, still cling to have their foothold in Malawi? Why is poverty still deepening and it continues to widen in Malawi? Yet for over 60 years, we have the IMF and the World Bank operating their offices in the capital, Lilongwe. Let me just give you a picture. Currently, as we speak, and if we are to use the income poverty line of $3 a day, then we are talking about 80% of Malawians sliding into poverty immediately. And this is compounded by the high cost of living, which Malawians have experienced for the past 2 to 3 years. And as I speak right now, Malawians are queuing on the pump stations, on the fuel stations, just to get petrol. It can take 1, 2 days, 3 days, sometimes spending the nights on fuel stations. And at the same time, Malawians are literally scrambling for such basic commodities as sugar. And that is the extent of poverty in Malawi. And to a high extent, this has been contributed by the devaluation policies which the IMF has insisted that Malawi should undertake. Again, let me give you a snapshot. In the year 2022, the IMF advised Malawi government to devalue its currency by 25%. And that happened almost as if the IMF is advising Malawi to do that at gunpoint. And then, as if that is not enough, in the year 2023, another devaluation happened. And actually, this is one of the highest rates of devaluation at 44%. And then that is on top of the 22% devaluation of the previous year in 2022. And then in between, Malawians are shouldering what we are calling secret devaluations, hidden devaluations that are happening almost on a month-to-month basis, such that as we speak right now, the cumulative devaluation that Malawians have experienced over the past 3 years alone is slightly over 75%. Now, can you therefore imagine, if you were to stand in the shoes of an ordinary Malawian, the children, some of whom are represented by my side here, Rachel has lamented very pathetic scenarios, very pathetic situations that children are going through. So the degree of child poverty, all this, we argue and we observe that they have been impacted upon by the impoverishing policies of the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. And this is again on the background that in the year 1982-1983, Malawi was forced, literally forced, to embrace structural adjustment programs. A few years down the line, we saw massive privatization of state-owned enterprises. 65 state-owned enterprises were privatized within a space of 10 years, from 1996 to 2006. And guess what? What Malawians were promised that this was going to result into economic efficiency and economic growth did not happen, has not happened to date. What was promised by the World Bank and the IMF, that privatization was going to generate jobs, did not happen and has not happened. As a result, privatization has led to the deindustrialization of our economy. And then, as I sum up, we have the same poor people who are now saddled with a heavy debt burden. Malawi's debt now is over 80% of gross domestic product. And actually one would wonder and ask, how are people surviving? How are Malawians surviving? So the question of surviving, the question of survival does not even exist in a country like Malawi. So the youths, children, women, and literally all Malawians are being affected. Let me also give you another very sad statistic currently in terms of hunger. And we say that Malawi is an agro-based economy, is an agricultural economy. Yet this is a country that is begging for food year in, year out. Of the population of close to 20 million Malawians, as I speak, 6.8 Malawians are on the brink of starvation. And these are official figures, these are official statistics. The question again is, where is the IMF? Where is the World Bank? They are still peddling the same impoverishing, starving policies. And it is almost as if the World Bank and the IMF are subjecting Malawians to death by starvation through their bad policies. So therefore, through this tribunal, through this commission of inquiry, and thanks to our partners in the region, in Africa. We, the people of Malawi, demand accountability from the IMF and the World Bank. We demand immediate reforms in the IMF and the World Bank. We demand an end to implementation of the global financial system that is simply enriching the already rich and creating more poverty for the already poor, as well as inequality. Lastly, on 16 September this year, 2025, Malawians are going to the polls. And when that happens, our plea and demand as the people of Malawi, and I believe in solidarity with the people of Africa, is that the election in Malawi must be an issue-based election where political leaders must make campaign promises towards debt cancellation. We are expecting nothing short of that political leaders must make campaign promises towards reformation of the IMF and the World Bank. We, the people of Malawi, are thankful to the African civil society and the peoples of Africa for allowing us to host this tribunal, this very, very important commission of inquiry. And we hope and we look forward to the fruits of this particular commission of inquiry, which should be about generating development, generating jobs, lifting millions of Malawians and Africans out of poverty. But that is premised on the expectation that the IMF and the World Bank need to reform. If they cannot reform, they have their offices in Lilongwe, the capital of Malawi. We would ask them to pack up and go. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I want to open the floor for a few questions. Any question? I have one question online. Anyone in the room who wants? Yes, please introduce yourself and then ask the question. And specify if there's someone who you would like to answer your question.
I can go? All right, my name is Kingsley Jasi from Times Group. Talking of reforms, would you be specific on what areas of reforms would you would expect these institutions to do, and to what level of impact to Malawi and Africa as a whole? What reform areas would you cite? And the second question is, how do you balance now in holding IMF and World Bank to account with local governance issues, economic management issues that we also see African countries suffering from? How do you balance that? While you're holding these institutions to account, what about the local authorities? What about leaders in Africa? How do you intend to balance up on those? Thank you.
Diana, would you want to take that?
Thank you very much for your question. I think that's also the same question that has been asked online. I want to make it very clear. I don't think IMF and World Bank are capable of reform. These are 1944 institutions established when majority of the continent was under colonial rule. Why do we have these institutions making policies for us? They need to be dismantled, and we've heard Madame Ene also talk about that. They should not exist. We should have them replaced completely with an institution that understands the socio-economic, fiscal governance, and cultural concerns and realities of the continent. Okay? So in terms of the alternatives, in terms of thinking about where do we go next from this, replace the IMF and the World Bank, replace it with a credible institution. Some of this work is already taking place. There is, in Nairobi, there has been the House of Fiscal Wisdom that has been established that is looking towards the creation of a commission on financing development. That commission is going to come up with strategic ways in which to build an organization that represents, truly represents, a fiscally legitimate institution that's going to provide credit, and that credit should actually be interest-free. I want to bring to the attention a document that was shared with me by my colleague who lives in Mauritius, Mr. Yash Saoti. He shared with me a recent document whereby the British actually apologized to the Mauritian government, having colonized a specific island of Mauritius for a number of years, the Chagos Island. And in that particular treaty, they have expressly said that we realize the problems that we posed in this particular island because of a colonial domination of the state, and because we are apologetic, we want to now make reparations. That same logic should be applied to IMF and World Bank. So before they're dismantled, let them apologize, and in that apology, let them come up with amends. And those amends, you've heard my panel also speak about this, is to come up with reparations. And the best form of reparation is to write off all debts, completely all debts. There's no moratorium that we want on any debt. Write off those debts, and then we move forward from that. So that's my response to you for now. I also want to bring it to the attention of ourselves here, and also of those online who are listening. There are different alternatives to getting credit without the exorbitant interest rates that we are seeing given to us by the IMF, the World Bank, and other creditors in the form of governments, which I will not mention right now. We need to start thinking about sukuk, which is the Islamic form of financial instruments that are designed as bonds. And these generate enough value for economic activity without interest. And I think that is what has been suffocating the continent, the high interest rates. So that's my response for now. I'll wait for my other panelists to give further responses on the same. Thank you.
I just want to bring to us again, I just want to bring to us again that in October 15th, about October 15th, 1996, a deputy director of IMF apologized to Africans that the policies that they introduced on the structural adjustment program and the austerity measure did not work, that it failed. And when African economists were telling them that those policies will not work, because you can't come from somewhere and bring ideas that you have no idea about the roots of that environment. You have no environmental impact, you have no study and all of that, and you introduce this. We knew it would fail. All of the industries that Nigeria, or is it Cameroon, is it Tanzania or Malawi had in the early 80s before the introduction of the structural adjustment program, almost all of the industries are closing down. Up till last week, more industries are still closing down. In the inquiry yesterday, it was mentioned just the textile industry that produce what I have, because when you have industries, the workforce, you can consume, you can just take in the manpower that you have. We don't have them anymore. From 125 to 20. And every day they are still closing down. All of the industries are packing up and going, when other sectors are booming. So the devaluation of the currency did not work. They say devalue your economy, your currency, so that more industries will come in. But what we are having is more industries are packing. They are telling you to, privatize your energy sector. They privatize. The privates, the hands of the privates, has never generated anything. And so how come you come with policies from outside there, but the governments of Europe, the governments of America, and all of them, they never neglect social protection. Those who are not working are covered. But we are having young Africans that want to go and read. They don't want to read. Nobody has, where you now squeeze the hell out of us. Because when you are looking at, if I pay tax, like Europe, 30 to 40% of your tax is paid. You are no longer responsible for your health care. You are no longer responsible for your, for education. But what we are having today is that you pay all of that and you are still squeezed. And then we have the entire social sector being destroyed. That's what they have done. They have destroyed the the hospitals, the educational sector. When I went to the university, I studied with people who came in from Europe to study in Nigeria. But today, many of our politicians, what we are talking about, many of our politicians are sending their children abroad instead of studying, within the environment and all of that. So we know what we are talking about, and I'm happy that this is happening at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. So have your headphones ready?
I think that there was a question to do with the responsibility of local leaders, local politicians, and what have you. And we wish to say, without missing words, that this tribunal, this commission of inquiry, was not here to condone the corrupt behavior of African presidents, African leaders, and other politicians. And we know that some of the debt that has been contracted has been spent on corrupt projects, on projects that have been processed through corrupt means. You talk about infrastructure projects, construction of roads, construction of dams, railways. All these are under machinations of bribery, corruption, embezzlement, and what have you. So the debt cancellation, and we wish to say this sternly, that the debt cancellation campaign is not a trump card for politicians to now begin using the freed resources from debt cancellation in any manners so corrupt. So there is need to stick to public finance management systems, adhere to rule of law, but most importantly, make sure that there is fiscal discipline, and that is on the part of African leaders themselves.
Thank you. There's a question? Okay, proceed.
Thank you. I'd just like to add to that, on the aspect of the responsibility of local leaders, and as you may also talking about members of parliament and our government officials, one thing that they can do is reform legislative frameworks. We have seen from the presentations today even that there are gaps that we can reform within our legislative frameworks at national level. So even as we talk about reforming or doing away completely with the IMF and the World Bank, we also have to look at our national level frameworks. So what we can do at the national level, for example, members of parliament can institute legal reforms. They can work with ministries of finance, specifically when it comes to public finance management laws and public debt management laws. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question is in French. Yes, Joseph.
Merci de m'avoir accordé la parole, Howard. J'ai deux ou trois petites questions. Mais j'aimerais quand même avant faire une motion. Je ne sais pas si vous permettez. I can? Yes. Alors, j'aimerais dire ceci. Quand nous posons des questions, je souhaiterais que ce soit une personne ou s'il sera complété, que ce soit par 2 ou 3 personnes maximum. S'il faut à chaque question faire le tour de table, le tour de table, ça sera, on risque de passer la nuit ici. Bon, je ne sais pas, c'était juste ce que j'avais en tête. Parce que si à chaque question, on fait le tour de table, nous avons plusieurs journalistes ici, ça peut nous prendre plus de 2-3 heures. C'était ça ma requête. Maintenant, je passe aux questions. Excusez-moi avec mon nez. J'allais dire que depuis les publications que j'ai faites il y a quelques jours pour annoncer cette commission, j'ai reçu beaucoup de questions de mes lecteurs sur cette commission. Beaucoup ou nombreux, la plupart d'entre eux ne comprennent pas c'est quoi cette commission. Qu'est-ce que c'est réellement et quel est son rôle? Qu'est-ce que ça changera dans les futurs, la commission, cette commission d'enquête? Ma question est de savoir, que faites-vous maintenant pour que ce processus ne reste pas réservé à un cercle militant ou intellectuel, mais soit réellement compris par toutes ces personnes ou la population qui posent ces différentes questions, pour qu'ils comprennent un peu c'est quoi cette commission. Et puis, quelle garantie avez-vous que ces conclusions ne resteront pas symboliques? Qui le portera après? On a fait 2 jours de travaux, il y a eu des recommandations, mais qui les portera auprès de ces institutions-là, le Fonds monétaire international, la Banque mondiale aussi et autres, pour avoir finalement gain de cause? Voilà mes 2 questions.
Thank you very much for that question. One, why we have this commission is to already simulate and illustrate to the people of Africa what is possible. Okay? Because unless we get to the point of imagining what economic liberation, economic freedom, true independence of African state would look like, we will never even start to take the steps that are required for that true liberation to take place. So first, this commission is to signal to the African Union, to the heads of state, to the IMF, to the World Bank, and to all those delegates who are going for the FFD conference, that the African people can see the injustice that has been going on since during the colonial period to date. And we've just started the journey of imagining what that future would be. Part of it would be, one, that the IMF and the World Bank immediately as part of reparations to Africa cancel their debt. They change their structure before finally they are dismantled to ensure that African states have an equal voice as all other states. Then we must also usher the journey that the African Union, with courage, must begin to walk. And linked to the question that was asked earlier, we are also in this problem because of our bad leadership and governance. The few states that have managed to say no to SAPs, to austerity measures, and have been lucky not to be assassinated, have moved forward. Why are our leaders easily co-opted? It is because we have leaders who care about power and not the people of Africa. The change of our economic systems is very linked to change of our democratic systems. As long as we continue to vote for the richest people on African continent, they get into power to protect their individual wealth and not the sovereign wealth of the country. So alongside this, and together with the overall Harare Declaration, we will continue to create steps and actions that people in civil society, students, scholars, journalists, advocates can already start taking steps. I am aware from this process, there are countries that already will go and sue the IMF and the World Bank for various violations. There are ongoing processes of, say, IMF and World Bank-led governance diagnostic performance review that are being contested by ordinary people. So it is a journey that we are starting to start creating what ought to be. That is how we got the constitutive charter of the African Union. It is surely how we can get our way forward when it comes to economic liberation in Africa.
Meu nome é Berta Madima, de Moçambique. A minha questão vai para o Dr. Manuel. Yes. Dr. Manuel esteve aqui a falar da situação da dívida em Angola e aquelas que são as consequências para o país. Eu gostava de saber, primeiro, se desenha o mesmo cenário para todos os PALOP e, se sim, se há alguma política que foi aqui sugerida que pode ser diretamente implementada nos PALOP para o nosso benefício. Obrigada.
Ok, muito obrigado. Como podia dizer que na vez passada não me pronunciei do nome, deixa aproveitar que sou Manuel Pembele Fulutoma, trabalho para a Jureca, Associação Juvenil para o Desenvolvimento Comunitário de Angola, e também para a rede de cidadão angolano para a questão da dívida pública. A situação que coloca é exatamente pertinente. Sabes que a questão do endividamento público angolano não afeta apenas Angola, afeta também os países aliados do ponto de vista da política linguística, da política econômica e também da política social. Ao longo deste tribunal, nós entendemos que, para além da política da FMI, que na verdade impõe, ou ao emprestar, ele impõe algumas regras estruturais, e regras essas que acabam de inibir a implementação da soberania do país, levando os governos africanos a priorizar os credores do que os direitos econômicos e sociais, e assim que chegamos à conclusão de que, primeiro, a questão da reforma política do FMI é importante, porque, se observar muito bem, desde 1944, a FMI, Banco Mundial, são instituições que surgiram na ordem da questão da Guerra Mundial. Mas será que, desde aquela altura até aqui, os efeitos da Guerra Mundial continuam a ter grandes percentagens ou não? Se não, é necessário encontrarmos essa formulação, porque eles, em vez de buscar a sustentabilidade econômica dos países do mundo, eles ali estão a desequilibrar praticamente esta sustentabilidade econômica. Por essa razão, precisamos de desenvolver, primeiramente, políticas de auditoria cidadã. O exemplo de Moçambique é um elemento fundamental que deve ir a todos os palopes, no sentido de fazer participar a população, e assim estaríamos também descobrir aqueles que são dívidas odiosas, que na verdade são dívidas que estão no parâmetro mais fora. A outra questão é a questão de, para além dos governos africanos pedirem a questão de cancelamento ou moratória nas suas dívidas, mas avançamos no cancelamento das políticas internas de endividamento, no sentido que os países africanos, cheios de minérios, optem praticamente nos seus recursos locais. Obrigado.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, I think we can close at this point, and I'll give this chance to Lydie to close for us.
Merci beaucoup de la parole qui m'est accordée encore ce soir. En tout cas, je suis très honorée. Mais qu'est-ce qu'il faut que je dise encore? Quand j'ai déjà suivi ce que les experts, les avocats ont évoqué ici, c'est presque le même problème. Pour les journalistes, moi c'est Lydie, je viens de la République démocratique du Congo. Par rapport aux politiques imposées par le FMI et la Banque mondiale, ce que je peux dire, je prends le contexte de mon pays, ce sont des politiques en tout cas qui ont plus tuer le secteur de la santé et de l'éducation. Je vais m'attarder sur le secteur de la santé. En République démocratique du Congo, les hôpitaux publics ressemblent à un mouroir aujourd'hui. Je l'ai évoqué hier, 80% des Congolais se soignent à leurs propres frais. Tout simplement parce que les hôpitaux ne bénéficient plus des financements publics. Lorsque vous vous retrouvez dans un hôpital public, vous ne comptez pas aux médicaments, les plateaux techniques vétustes. Même pour un simple examen, vous devez aller chercher dans des privés, imaginez-vous. Et je l'ai évoqué peut-être pour les journalistes, moi j'ai été victime, j'ai parlé de ça ici, en un mot. Moi j'ai perdu mon père dans un hôpital public, lui-même personnel d'une institution publique, qui a été hospitalisé, mais tellement que les médecins chaque trimestre sont en grève pour réclamer l'amélioration des salaires, l'amélioration des conditions de travail. Mon papa s'est retrouvé dans des conditions où il n'y avait pas un médecin disponible. Hier, peut-être je n'ai pas évoqué certains détails. Imaginez-vous pour avoir quelques minutes un médecin aux côtés de papa, il fallait donner de l'argent à ces médecins. Parce qu'il a dit, lui-même souffre, il n'est pas payé, pourtant il est fonctionnaire de l'État. Voyez-vous jusqu'où cette austérité tue en silence. Le secteur de l'éducation, n'en parlons pas. Je prends le secteur de l'enseignement supérieur. En 2022, il y a des rapports sur ça. 1,7% du budget a été accordé au secteur de l'enseignement supérieur. On s'attend à quoi dans l'avenir? Aujourd'hui, moi je pense que cette lutte, ici avec la commission d'enquête, doit être une occasion pour nous tous de saisir cette opportunité, de s'engager pour cette cause. Que ce soit également une responsabilité de vous, les journalistes, de nous, les journalistes, pour que la voix soit portée plus haut. Parce que c'est une lutte qui commence, mais qui ne doit pas s'arrêter ici. En tout cas, pour dire un peu de mots, les impacts des politiques imposées par le programme d'ajustement structurel sont visibles et palpables. Alors il est temps qu'on s'unisse pour lutter contre ces fléaux qui est en train de tuer même l'avenir. Merci.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you all for being here, and Viva Africa.